PKA 730 with our guest Burt Bronx from Fishtank. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Lock and Load, Blue Chew, and of course our wonderful merchandise in our partnership with Derek and all his wonderful sponsors, or supplements rather. Burt, thank you for joining us, the Black Urban Ripped Trainer himself.
Yeah.
So you, I wanted to ask first thing, you just won Fishtank. Congratulations. Big ups. Did you have any inkling at all in the beginning of what Fishtank was, who Sam Hyde was, $1 Million Extreme, or did you go in totally blind?
I went in totally blind. Like I repeatedly said during the time I was on Fishtank, I have no real concept of how reality shows work besides what I've heard through pop culture osmosis. I've heard things like The Bachelor and Real Lives of whatever, but I never actually watched a full-blown reality show from beginning to end, so I wasn't aware of all the nuances and details that are involved with reality shows. I had assumed what we were on was some type of like documentary series initially, but then it became very clear that this wasn't what it appeared to be.
Yeah. When the show started for Woody and Kyle and people who haven't watched, it started as Famous House, and they said that there was an AI computer voice, which was really text to speech, and that was talking to you. Now, it seemed like, and maybe you were playing it up a bit, did you actually believe it was an AI program for a bit, or did you see through that pretty rapidly?
In the beginning, they said it was an AI program, so I thought, oh, this must be some like new innovative software they're testing out in in this house. But then the responses just seemed a little bit odd. And then when the cameramen started coming in, I think Vance, that was who came in and started filming me while I was asking it a bunch of questions, I started to realize this seems like they're setting me up for something. But I kind of realized that like maybe I should just play into it because maybe I might find out more information on what the hell is actually going on.
Yeah. And so like you had no idea you were being recorded 24/7 for that first couple weeks.
Yeah, I didn't have a clear idea of what that was being recorded like every single second of every day live for like God knows how many people were watching me at the time.
Yeah,
I had assumed that when the filming was when the camera people came in and actually started filming us with the camera in my vision. And acting us to like do scenes over again or do it with different inflections. I assumed that was the film part, and everything we were doing in the house was just like off screen.
Yeah, and that makes sense. What else
Were
could
there
you
any
think?
places in the house where it was safe from cameras?
From what I was told, the restrooms or the toilets were safe from cameras, but I feel like that may not be 100% the truth because I feel like some of the things I was saying was coming out through the restroom. So when I learned that like my voice was being recorded in the restroom, but probably not my face, I brought my backpack in there several times so I could secretly write down some notes in my notebook while keeping my mouth silent. Or sometimes I would just say a bunch of like random noise words like telekinesis, precognition, telepathy, like that, while I was trying to like write down my thoughts so I could keep that secret away from the camera, from the audience. So I was trying to like plan and strategize when I was in the restroom.
Yeah. So you're getting cover for yourself, getting your true thoughts out. When so those first 2 weeks, computers going and everything, that's also when people noticed that you had an unbelievably powerful sex drive, and you had to bird off pretty regularly. And what I loved so much is that you didn't even take like a 4-hour break from birding off on camera from when you learned it was happening to like you seemed alarmed at first. Maybe you shed light on that when they told you you've been on camera and suddenly you're thinking I've been birding in there.
Yeah.
What was your thought?
I was like, oh, they saw that. Yeah. I was like, well, since I did that multiple times, like, might as well continue at this point. Why stop? Because, like,
dude, that's so fun. And your technique, like, I've never seen like a more serendipitous style of birding off for being on camera, because he's laying on his back and he has the comforter like pulled up to his neck, very high level of comfort. And then you're grabbing your penis over the comforter and jacking it against your belly. Yeah. And then you're just like letting the chips fall where they may, I suppose, right?
Yeah. I find that like birding off with my lying down on my back is the most comfortable way to bird off.
That's true. Yeah. And the immediate adoption of the cast and production of just calling it Burting off unironically for the remainder of the show killed me. That was so fucking funny.
Yeah.
And like that was when that was the first thing that happened in the show where like I like was audibly dying laughing, like at home watching this was like the most brief freak out about being caught Burting off leading into just like a in for a penny, in for a pound, time to jack it. So that was hilarious. I loved it. But the walking around and talking to yourself in the first 2 weeks, that was something that was very unique. A lot of the other none of the other characters cast on the show were doing that. So would you say that, and that was pre you knowing you were being recorded all the time, was that more of a real window into Burt, like going around talking to yourself like that at a lower volume? Like
that's usually what I do sometimes if I'm trying to like think, plan, or strategize, but also trying to like get my steps in, because I usually like have a Fitbit on me, so like it's kind of like killing two birds with one stone. I get to like get some thoughts out, and while walking around repeatedly try to get some steps, also energizing me at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
But then when I discovered that like my thoughts, some of the things I was saying under my breath was probably heard by the audience, I was like, oh shit, fuck, okay. So I was like, like watch some, like to some degree, watch what I was saying. But then when I started deliberately fucking with my supplements and meds so that I can be more energetic, like in a more of a hypomanic state, similar to Alex in the beginning.
Yeah.
Sometimes it became hard to control myself from the word vomit, you could call it, when I was just like talking repeatedly to myself. And then it kind of got into this fixation habit where I just started doing it without thinking, which I think also was good for like help me to maintain consistency in the show. Mm-hmm. But then I realized I had to catch myself from saying something that could be too revealing or too that I didn't want the audience to hear completely. So I would just like kind of like cover with just like random sounds and repeated phrases I would say to try like cover my thought process.
Yeah. And that was very entertaining. And I think that's what led to the audience trying to trick you for a while with the different conspiracies and theories where they would, you know, they'd play some stupid game, you know, that Sam or Jet came up with on the spot, and it would have to do with like the color of different plastic balls, like you would find in a ball pit or whatever. And then the TTS would start telling Burt, like, Burt, why did Alex only pick up the blue balls? Alex has 4 letters in it. Blue has 4 letters. There were 4 blue balls. Put the pieces together, Burt. Like, did you fall for any of those? Because you seem to a little bit at times, but I also was thinking he's hamming it up.
Yeah. In the beginning, it seemed like maybe it was some type of like clue to figure out this unique type of reality show. But then over time, I realized this was nonsense. But it seems like the production and the audience, the TTS audience, seemed to enjoy me buying into it. So I kind of like played it up to an extent, you know, like basically went by production's hinting and also by what the TTS were saying. I realized like with the TTS, when it would say things repeatedly, it's usually things that the audience wants me to do because it seems like it's something that they find engaging or interesting. So I just play into it because I assume that was the name of the game. You know, like we're all acting in a way. So like if this is something the audience wants me to do, I should like just go along with it, even though it seems nonsensical or ridiculous.
That was smart. That's why you won. You played it the right way.
How do you win?
It is about
what does Sam just chooses the guy that he wants to be the winner? How does it work?
From what I gathered, I assumed it was the person with the highest number of endorsements.
Yeah, okay. It seems a little fly by night sometimes with how they pick it, but clearly a lot of it has to do with who's the most entertaining, who handles the house the best, who provides the most content. And in like I watched a lot of season 1 and 2 as well, and there was never as big a gap between the top content creating contestant and the second most as there was between Burt and everyone else. Like it wasn't close. There were whole days on Fishtank where the only thing going on, because it wasn't like a challenge day or something, it was just Burt being funny. Like that was the whole reason, and that's clearly why he won. Like he killed it. Very fun.
Did you know you were winning by a lot?
I strongly suspected it when I noticed that TTS was saying things directly to me and less to the other contestants. That I realized that like, and I think it says sometimes like, "I love you, Burt. You're my favorite," and I was like, okay, like so me constantly engaging with TTS is somehow beneficial in this game, because I realized this reality show, the hook, so to speak, was the TTS constantly talking and saying things and like engaging with it. So I was like, I realized that was the key to winning, as well as also like just over the top, zany, cartoonish, nonsensical ass behavior. Similar to Alex, I was studying him in the beginning, like how he was kind of like zany and nutty in the beginning, and how he seems to be favored by production despite his problematic traits initially. And so I started hanging out with Alex to try to like learn how his vibe, how he acts, and then I actually started to develop feelings for him for real. And I like that we developed a nice close friendship. So it was kind of like a win-win situation that I get to study Alex, learn from him, trying to like mimic some of his wild, zany energy, but with my own little twist on it. Essentially being the schizo freak, conspiracy freak, and we get to play that dynamic off each other.
Is Alex Frank Hassel?
No.
Alex B.
Yeah, and you developed feelings for Frank at one point as well. Were those real or were those kind of put on?
Frank, I found him very sexy, still do. But I kind of realized that he was just there just to like fuck with me or like manipulate me a bit. So I kind of like played into it because I thought that'd be good like love story drama.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now this I wasn't expecting. So all of those romances and attractions to almost every contestant and person who came into the house, those were all sincere.
Sometimes it started off as like trying to figure out who would be the most interesting to develop like a showmance with, so to speak. Okay. Initially I had Ted. I figured like he and I would make a great contrast, me being like a dark skinned, like taller black man. He's a young, skinny white twink. I thought it'd be like a nice contrast. But then then I realized that he didn't seem to be too much into it. So I was like, okay.
Yeah, he was straight.
He seemed frightened.
Yeah, and you would call him your little baby boy, and that killed me. That was the funniest. You would call him you'd go over to Ted and be like, my little baby boy. And this kid is so uncomfortable. It was great. But Frank, I think the first night that Frank was in there, and this is what made me think you might have true feelings for Frank, is that while he was sleeping, you snuck into his sleeping quarters, and then you gave his shoes a good sniff. Yeah. Kind of played with those for a while. Yeah. Is that something you're into, just foot stuff as a whole, not just Frank's feet?
I am into foot stuff as a whole, but I thought it'd be like a nice little like gesture to the audience to like it was late at night, everyone was sleeping, there was no, I guess, action happening, so I decided to like create some like some interesting content for like the audience watching. So I guess I made a deliberate show of sniffing the shoe, make it all rubbing my crotch.
And that was right before you got in bed, birded off, and at the end you were moaning Frank. Yeah. And you're right, that was funny content. It was almost surreal to watch that occur.
What time of night were you watching this live stream?
This was probably like 11 my time, because they were East
early.
Coast, so like midnight their time. Yeah. It was pretty late. A lot of the fun content happened late because they don't allow sunlight into the house. All the windows are covered, and so it's, I would imagine, tougher to be on your normal circadian rhythm in there. Not to mention it's like a bunch of nonsense, as you aptly put it, going on all the time. You mentioned earlier that you intentionally fucked with your supplement regimen and your medication. I thought that was a bit. Did you actually mess with it?
Yeah, because I noticed like initially Alex was kind of acting like a little insane to the point that he became kind of insufferable in the house. So I gave him some like the over-the-counter sleep-related stuff to kind of chill him the fuck out. But then production said that they didn't want me to give him the supplements anymore, even though it's just over-the-counter. And I realized because it made Alex too chill and relaxed, and that's not great for reality show TV. Apparently they needed to be wild, zany, full of energy. And so that was like, okay, that being wild, zany, like shock value type of entertainment is where that's how you rank higher, how you become more memorable. So I was like, okay. So like I did a similar thing where it's like I just did the inverse. Instead of like taking stuff to help me chill out, I took stuff to kind of like rev me up, get me more amped up and a little zany, maniacal, hypersensitive to sound and touch, and like all of my senses just heightened, so I could be kind of like zany, similar to Alex, but with my own little schizo vibe on it.
What did you specifically do to your drug regimen? What did you add?
I take Yeah, you take stuff like Abilify, Seroquel, Risperdal to like try to chill me out and relax me to go to sleep, and also take other sleep supplements like valerian root, melatonin, and stuff like that. So what I did is I just purposely stopped taking the antipsychotics like meds and started taking some of the more like energy like caffeine pills I have, and as well as I'm also prescribed Vyvanse, so I took that. And also I tried not to sleep too much so that I can be a little bit more nutty, so that I can be more naturally interested for TV.
You really leaned into it. Okay.
You did. Man, that's great. Well, I wanted to be more entertaining, so I stopped taking my antipsychotics and took more caffeine. It worked. It did work. When was kind of the first time it dawned on you that you weren't on a normal reality show?
I think when the challenges became really silly, and the TTS responses became kind of like vulgar and slightly not even like censored like at all, and like it was getting progressively more vulgar as the days went on. The challenges get more wilder, crazier, and nuttier, and the fact that this show doesn't seem to have any consistent logic, rules, or reasoning. It's just random shit happening at random times. I was, what the fuck kind of show is this? I'm like, and they really said that it's just nonsense, like it's a shit show, it's just nonsensical bullshit happening just for entertainment of the audience. And I was trying to figure out who is the audience that would enjoy something like this, just random screwball Animal Health style bullshit. And then it became clear it was like a predominantly male audience, probably someone that's like who spends a lot of time in front of the computer, not much going on in their regular lives. No offense to the fans, and probably would have no problem spending hours on end at a computer watching people act like morons for entertainment. So I was like, okay, so that's the audience, because I'm trying to imagine like who would that be? Who would be that type of person who would be interested in something like this? Because this, and then before I came on Fishtank, this would not be something at all that I would ever be interested in, because I'm more of a serious, academically driven, objective focused person. Basically, I set up goals for myself and strategic plans to achieve them. This zany screwball bullshit was like almost cartoonish for my brain. But I realized in order to win in this atmosphere, I gotta like kind of like adopt the mindset of being silly and zany. But I try to do so in a way that maintained like a serious tone. Let's say, oh, this is such fucking nonsense, while playing into it, while trying to keep that serious tone down.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, you were putting on like a Daniel Day-Lewis tier method acting for weeks, and that was very very entertaining.
Yeah.
There at the
Have
end,
you?
when
Oh,
you,
sorry.
when you there at the end, was there a moment when, because I know they did this last season, there was a moment where they made the winner think that they were going to walk away with nothing. Did they do that to you?
The ending of the series of the season where they left him with a $0 check. I kind of low key realized, like probably like the midway point, that like if I were to win it, or like whoever the winner was probably not gonna walk away with the full 50 grand, or probably walk away with like nothing except for like fame and notoriety. So I kind of like mentally prepared myself for that possibility, because I started noticing some trends of things that, for example, we had to bet with poker chips initially in the house, and then we just ended up throwing them all away, which didn't amount to anything. I had assumed the fish bucks were also bullshit. So this is why I didn't really care if I spent like $2,000 of the fish bucks to be a prisoner in the yard. It's kind of like, I mean, I was like, I thought the fish buck had no value outside the house, and that we were just fighting for these fish bucks just because I was like, oh, look at these fools fighting for monopoly money, idiots. So I was like, so I didn't mind if I just like say, okay, here you go, let me play a prisoner.
That's interesting. You were going through all of that, putting on that whole performance, all the while knowing that there was a good chance, or at least the possibility, that you would walk away with nothing except for the fame that you incurred in the weeks that had passed. That's crazy, because I think your competitors had such a completely different mindset. I think they were just trying to take it as long as they could and try to get to the end, and you were almost reveling in being there, and that's what's definitely separated you and led you to victory, I think.
Yeah.
Like Frank Hassel, for example, is almost like a hazard on a golf course. Like he's there to be a stressor, and I felt like you also became a hazard to the contestants. Like I feel like you made them as uncomfortable at times as Frank Castle was, and that was cool to see too.
Because I realized, like, it went in the contract that I didn't read very well before I got on the show. It was something called a last man standing type of thing. So I realized that, like, to be the most entertaining, I would have to be the one that's probably the most entertaining when they're alone with no one else around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so therefore, I'd assumed that, like, the way I assumed the way elimination was gonna go, where like everyone would be eliminated and it's just 2 people left and the one person's left standing. I figured whoever was probably the most entertaining solo is the last man standing. So I try to like make myself entertaining even when there's no people around or like I'm just alone, because I realized the audience was watching. So I gotta like show that I can handle my own without the need of other people to like vibe off of. So I try to work better. I try to work like my kind of my zaniness by myself, and also when I was with people, so that I could like be versatile in that sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the production is always going to favor the contestants who drive the most engagement in TTS, because that's where they're making the money.
Yeah.
And so someone like Burt is bringing in enormous amounts of money through TTS because people are having fun chatting with him, or even stuff like giving him clearly fake clues to try and just see like, all right, what's Burt going to do? Where does because you're clearly a hyper intelligent person. And so you make very rapid word associations. Yeah. And so you do that kind of performance really well, where they will give you just the seedling of a conspiracy, and then you can explode it out into like a real sounding one pretty rapidly.
Yeah.
The plushies.
Yeah,
I wanted to ask about the plushies. There was a moment where you were led to believe that there was a prize or maybe a clue inside another contestant's plushie toys.
Yeah.
Now, before you went into her bedroom and started ripping them to shreds, did you really think that there might be a clue in there, or were you like, fuck it, it's not against the rules?
It was like, I was like, it's probably bullshit. There's probably nothing in that plushie, but clearly there's something that the TTS/audience wants me to do. So I was like, okay, just do it anyway. Either there's something in it and it could lead to something else, or there's nothing in it and just be entertainment for the audience. So it's just like a win-win that way.
Yeah. What was the most actually upsetting emotional moment on the show for you? Like, was it Binks throwing the eggs, or is there something more than that?
I'll probably say Binks throwing the eggs is number 1, and probably number 2 would be the cell challenge after I like stayed up pretty much all night without any rest or any food or very little water, and just sitting in that noxious fumes. I think it was getting to me mentally to where that I actually felt visible. I was actually genuinely upset because I felt like initially during the cell challenge, I was trying my hard to entertain the audience, where everyone else was just lying around, sleepy, not doing much in the way of being interesting. I felt I was kind of like carrying that whole cell challenge thing alone, and it seems like it was not being appreciated by the other contestants. So when they started fucking with me in a way that it was just annoying and just hurtful, I just like say, fuck this. I'm trying my hardest to be entertaining engagement, like trying to make it more interesting to the audience and for more comfortable for the contestants. It's like not be appreciated. So I was like, I don't give a fuck. I'm just gonna like ride this out until the very end and just not do anything.
Yeah. And that was great for the listeners. The cell challenge is something they do on every season of Fishtank, where they pick generally the smallest bedroom in the house, and they tell everyone to go in there, and the last person to leave wins $5,000 in cash. And they like, I don't know if they did it this season, but like on season 2, they were like, they had like a shit and a piss bucket in the closet. Like they genuinely couldn't leave. Did they have that on this one?
They were telling us repeatedly, TTS, to piss or on the walls or like piss on each other or like shit somewhere, like, because they said like that would be the easy way to get someone to leave. I mean, if I wanted to be a dick, I could have just blown my whistle repeatedly while everyone was sleeping, while I was awake, and woke them the fuck up. But like, I didn't want to be a dick that way, because like I didn't want to screw myself over for elimination. Like in case we had to vote against each other, like I didn't want to be the problematic asshole they won't vote against. So I was trying to like be strategic that way too.
What's the full story on the whistle? That's funny. You're still wearing it, but so why you always have that whistle?
Yeah, this is generally like, this was like for the coach vibe I was going for initially when I came onto what I thought was Famous House, because I was trying to like give myself like a character archetype to work from. So I was kind of like the creepy, like homoerotic gym bro type of vibe I was trying to go for.
Yeah.
But yeah, then I guess the character sort of change over time based on like the vibe of the environments and from the TTS and productions, like hinting of how I should behave and act.
Mm-hmm.
So it just felt like the original character archetype I had for myself kind of like changed over time. And glad I was able to like adapt and like a chameleon, my spirit animal, like adapt and mold myself to what the audience was looking for, but still being myself in some respect.
Yeah. So I know also you have been involved, or I don't know how long, in sex work and pornography.
Yeah.
How did that start? I guess what was your family's response to it? Because I know you have a conservative family.
Yeah.
Ghana. So how'd that begin?
I think that started because I'm for pretty much my entire life, I was like this serious, academically driven, smart guy who, got good grades, did volunteer work, was president of lots of clubs and activities. And I was like the number one valedictorian style type of dude. And it's like, that was all I was, just the hard worker, the intellectual guy. And it's like, I didn't want that to be the only interesting thing about me. So I guess I pulled like a 180 and like just put the academic stuff behind and just drove into like full blown like physical activities, sex work, to like kind of like have myself do something different from just book learning for like I've been doing my whole fucking life.
Mm-hmm. And how long ago did you start that?
So you were valedictorian?
Oh, I was the male valedictorian of Essex County College, where I got my associates in accounting, and I was one of the top students at Rutgers University, with lots of scholarships and honors and awards I won during my time there.
Accounting is fucking badass. What degrees do you have?
I have an associate's degree in accounting, a bachelor's degree in applied mathematics and economics with a minor in business administration, a master's degree in data science, and 30 credits of math education from Teachers College, Columbia University.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, he's a bright guy. What was a super funny moment about your data science is one of the other contestants was doing that thing where they try and pump up their own job. And it was this girl, I think the second place girl, Binks. She said like what she was doing was, what it seemed to be was like data entry. But she said like in front of Burt, who was asking like, what do you do? She's like, oh, I do like data science. And without missing a beat, Burt is like, awesome. I have my master's in data science. What do you do? Like, tell me about it. I'm interested. And she like couldn't answer anything at all because she wasn't doing data science.
Yeah. I thought maybe I misheard. I thought she said data science, but I guess she was saying data entry, but I guess you confirmed that she was saying data science.
Yeah, she was trying to big league it, and then you slapped her back down. That was entertaining.
That's what the whole TTS thing's so weird, because I know data science and I know, so therefore I know AI, and I've used AI like ChatGPT and several other platforms. So the TTS response, I was trying to figure out what methodology was it using to compute its responses. Where's it getting its information from? That's what I kept asking so many questions, trying to wonder like, how does it work? Because there was no instruction manual to what I thought was the AI. And I was trying to figure it out because I never seen or heard anything like this before. So I just was really fascinated by it. I guess that's why it was somewhat strangely addicting talking to the TTS, because I was trying to figure out how it worked, and then revealed it's just the audience fucking with us. I was like, oh, fuck me.
Did you work in data science or just education?
I got my master's in data science. I did like a brief internship, but I never actually like worked a full blown job in data science. It was one of those things where like I wanted to get a master's degree, and data science was like the thing to get, like the hot new career at the time. And I chose it because also I like statistics and computer programming. So it was like a nice little mixture of both.
Oh, that's cool. My friend works in data science and makes like $450 a year. Like, it's really lucrative.
Yeah.
So how many years ago did you first explore the porn thing?
I believe I did some like, I think some like videos, I think in it was like after the pandemic, I believe. Well, actually, I did like, I think, sex work in 2018, and then I started doing like actual porn videos, I think in 2023, 2024, around that time. And then because I didn't expect it to be this level of famous, so therefore I didn't mind just doing like porn or like sex work, because like it's like whatever. Like I'm never gonna achieve like I was like I'm never gonna achieve like Hollywood level type of fame. That's like really damn near impossible to get. So I was like, who cares if I just do a little sex work? And also I make enough money to support myself, and it's just fun and like get my face out there and get to do something I enjoy for the attention. Because I guess I'm a bit of like a exhibitionist. I like being seen and like talked about by people, even if positive or negative. I just like to be seen. Because
you did sex work. You did it off camera too.
Yeah, like with guys, like people who like would want to like a black guy to hook up like for interracial type of shit. That's really a common thing for them. Like, guys reach out to me. So
how did they find you?
Through I think I had profiles on Rentman.
Rentman?
Yeah.
Okay.
Something called Mint Boys.
What was the other one called?
Mint Boys.
Mint Boys and Rentman. Okay.
You write this down, Woody?
Yeah.
I got it.
Are those in the S&P? Those are big companies, right? Yeah. Well, that's so funny. And now you're done with that now, right? You're calling it quits?
Yeah, I've decided to put a close to that. Now that I've realized the audience I have and the potential I can make in terms of like engagement, popularity, appearances, meet and greets, writing my novels, and content creation, streaming. Like I realize I have like so much potential to really get myself out there, increase my popularity even further, generate far more income that I could possibly generate from doing all the other avenues I was doing. So I think I'm going to go into full force. I guess the only hiccup is that the firefighter training I was doing, I think I may have to possibly reconsider it or like put it into it, because I feel like, I mean, I was already at a lower probability to be a firefighter to begin with, since I was at the maximum age to be a firefighter in Jersey, which is 35, and then I turned 36 in the famous house. So I feel like I'll probably finish up my volunteer work for the rest of the year as of 2024, and then possibly call in my resignation to go full force with the content creation, streaming, merchandising, meet and greets, appearances, and basically like make a full-blown brand for myself as Burt Bronx. Yeah.
Which, by the way, excellent move, making a new Twitter, because while I was on the show, or while I was watching the show, you know, sometimes you'll try and find like people's Twitter accounts, like the different contestants, and see what kind of makes them tick. Now, yours was not hard to find, and it immediately confirmed everything you said about having sex on camera.
Yeah,
because it's all over. It's just the whole, like, I remember doing a half-page scroll down. I'm like, okay, I got a feel there. So good job. Congrats on quitting that. That definitely for the best if you're looking to make forays into like non-sexual streaming content.
Yeah.
For the Mensa thing, when did you join and kind of realize like, all right, I'm really fucking smart. Let's see how smart I am.
When I was in college, Rutgers, I saw that there was like a scholarship for people who were in Mensa. And I was like, interesting. I wonder if I could apply for a scholarship. Then I researched it, said you had to be a member of Mensa. And to qualify for Mensa, you had to take a psychologist administered IQ test and have the results sent directly from the psychologist to Mensa. So I was like, okay. So I like researched psychologist near me in Jersey that could do the official IQ test, and reached out, found one, set an appointment, and then we did the evaluation where he would administer the test. Like he would like ask me, it was like him like verbally ask me questions and I would respond verbally. Or sometimes there were like things where it's like I have to like match something from like I think a picture book or something, where like a pattern, like this is a pattern, what's the next pattern? This one I'll like choose between A, B, C, D, or E. So and then it was like kind of like a time thing, I think. Mm-hmm. And also like I think there was like memorizing like a sequence of numbers and repeating it back. So like I don't remember the full blown IQ test details because it was like 10 years ago. I was 26 at the time. But then I apparently scored really high to like I think almost perfect on each one, where the IQ was computed to 160. Well, is an estimated IQ of 160, which may or may not be 1% accurate. I think over time, as in my years, I'm 36 now, probably I'm probably not as smart as I was back at Rutgers. You know, when my brain was at full maximum power. So I think my brain level has degraded over time, possibly due to like supplements, medications, and stuff, and also like not being actively doing academic work in the last several years.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like it just so like I guess like when I took the polygraph thing, it said that my IQ was not 160. I thought maybe it was like a self-esteem issue I was having, because I felt like I was kind of like not as smart as I used to be, especially compared to like everyone else in the house who have more knowledge of reality shows than I did. And I was just going blind trying to figure out how this show works with absolutely no access to the internet whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that's cool, being a member of Mensa. I saw you were Mr. Mensa 2017.
Yeah.
Did they just pick the most jacked guy in Mensa and then give him that?
It was like a beauty pageant sort of thing, whereas like we went through like a series of challenges, and I guess I scored the highest collectively in challenges, and it crowned me Mr. Mensa 2017. It was my first time attending a Mensa conference, so it was nice to be the king of Mensa for that time.
What were the challenges?
I think like the nicest outfit type of thing, and then it was like a question and answer portion and a talent portion, and I think that might have been it.
Okay.
What was your Mensa talent? What did you perform?
I did like a bunch of jump roping tricks in like really quickly, like doing frontwards, backwards, twisting the rope.
I love that.
At a genius convention. Check it out, gang. just firing off some reverse double
counted from 10 to
I
1.
was trying to think of like a unique talent that no one else will probably think to do. So I was trying to stand out. That's what, like, usually with these competitions, I try to think of ways to stand out amongst the other people in the competition, so that I'm more memorable to the audience. So that's like the technique I was applying in Mr. Mensa, the pageant, and also Fishtank.
Is Mensa like a sausage fest?
Is mostly dudes, yeah. There are a few females, but I feel like some females are like, because I think their husband or boyfriend is in Mensa too. They're also, I guess, like Mensa members tend to like sometimes like date others, like similar with intellectual pursuits. But from what I gathered when I went to the conference a few times over the years, it's mostly skewed towards males, but I think they're trying to become more inclusive of females as well.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense. It is a bunch of dudes taking tests. Seems like it's more a male inclined thing to do. Are there crazy parties or anything at Mensa get-togethers? A bunch of geniuses like.
There are like local groups of Mensa members. I think there's one in Jersey, several in New York City. I think I attended one in Jersey. I think maybe like 9 years ago. I don't really remember the details of like what went on. I think it was just like a small get together in a picnic, so to speak, in like one of the parks in Jersey. I think Branch Brook Park. I'm not sure if that was the name of the park. That's just like from what I'm speculating.
Yeah. Well, that's awesome. You remember Mensa. Something else you said, in addition to quitting the sex work and porn stuff, I saw a video where you said you're going to remove was it the muscle implants and the butt implants, or just the muscle ones, leave the butt one?
Oh, I don't have any butt implants.
That's fake news floating around.
Yeah. Oh, I just have the implants in my lat and in my tricep.
Okay. And you're going to get rid of those, or are you going to keep them around?
I'm going to get rid of them since they seem unnecessary, since I'm able to like just bodybuild normally, especially since I'm on TRT and I have like supplements. So it just seems like unnecessary now. And since I got like ridiculed to some extent while on Fishtank for those, even though I openly admitted to it and wasn't a secret at all to begin with. So I feel like maybe it'd be better if I just get them removed, because like it seems like they're just counterproductive at this point.
Makes sense. Yeah, and it's got to feel weird doing muscular movements with like an implant in there that would, if anything, would be impeding your natural movement on a pressing or pulling exercise. Yeah, you handled that perfectly. When someone accused you in TTS where they're like, this guy's got muscle implants. Like there was no ego in how you responded. You were like, yes, I have muscle implants here and here and here. And then that seemed to mostly be the end of it. I didn't notice many other people bringing it up to you. But then again, you were in the house 24/7.
I think during the boys in the reboot try to ridicule me for a bit, and I was just like, okay, whatever. This was not a secret. I never tried to hide it. It just didn't come up until I think the polygraph thing, and I answered it honestly.
Yeah. That must have been weird doing a polygraph test in the Fishtank house, knowing that like, even though it's a real guy running it, who's like an expert or whatever and does real ones, the production's just going to fuck with you over those answers. Like they're going to tell you that lies occurred. Like I bet you didn't actually click over to lie for the IQ thing. They probably were just like, oh, let's poke and prod him a little bit.
Yeah. Also, I was like, I felt like it said I lied about the IQ. I was like, that's not true. I have a document that was sent to Mensa, and also I have a copy of one in my files that showed my full blown IQ test. I think I uploaded on Twitter X, where I like a photocopy of it so that people could see the IQ test I took 10 years ago when I was 26, and all the full report show that the document's IQ was 160. But I want to make perhaps I say documented IQ of 160 based on the IQ test I took when I was 26. I don't know if my actual IQ really is 160 back then or even now. That was just a documented IQ. So I try to make that clear that it's documented, not official, because like there's no real way to tell a person's genuine IQ at any point. These are just estimations based on arbitrary exams that they're giving.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned very early on that you had like autism, schizoaffective disorder, a couple of other things. And then you mentioned that you have a younger brother who has those things as well, but more severely than you. And so there was a theory floating around while people were watching that like, oh, Burt is amping it up and maybe imitating the more intense traits that his younger brother exhibits to try and like be zany and be, attention grabbing. Was there any truth to that?
The traits I was acting in the Fishtank were more like my teenage traits amplified to cartoonish level extremes. And so my brother's thing is slightly different from mine. He's is more aggressive, violent, more in your face, like wanting to fight people, but then act like the victim when you try to fight him, and constantly make things about himself, thinking that everyone is trying to hurt him or fuck him when no one thinks about my brother at all. He's really self-centered and narcissistic, and he thinks that he's the victim when he's just like, no one cares enough to want to hurt him. He's like, the constant thing that Burt does is like make up lies that people try to hurt him, try to rob him, try to steal from him, try to talk shit about him. When the truth is, my brother does not really have the type of personality that people even notice at first glance. He'll probably just be ignored when seeing him on the streets. So I think he just wishes people would fuck with him because they would give him some semblance of importance. Because I think he's similar to me, where he doesn't like to be ignored. He likes attention. And when people don't give him attention, he tries to act out to get it, except his ways is much more ostentatious and in your face, to the point that it becomes aggravating.
Okay, that makes sense. Well, then I guess that theory's busted. Hey, who knows? Maybe your brother would be a good season 4 contestant.
Well, that's what I feel like. Well, see, while I was zany enough on season 3, my brother came for season 4, and I can somehow conceal my whole Fishtank experience from him. Holy fuck! Like, that would be like the whole house will burn to the fucking ground.
Yeah. Did your family know anything about you being on the show?
I told him that I was going to be away for 6 weeks on a reality competition series where the goal is to be the last man standing, and the prize was $50,000. I told him I'll be in some random town in Massachusetts, and I'm gonna have access to my phone. And then I told him, like, I think I texted him like emergency contact number in case something happens, like God forbid someone died, and I just need to come back home immediately. But they didn't, as far as I can tell, they did not contact the studio at any point. And they were completely oblivious to what was going on. I think they didn't ever check the internet or research my name online, so they didn't know exactly what was going on. I think they just assumed that the whole reality thing was kind of like a conference for me and a few friends or something. Because I actually been away on conferences for like groups of people, so they probably assume it's just a similar thing.
What was it like when you came out as gay to your family? How old were you?
I came out when I was 15 years old, between sophomore year and junior year during the summer. I believe it was August 2004.
Did they accept it or hope it was a phase, or were they?
They didn't accept it at all. They thought that someone influenced me to be that way, and my dad was kind of like in denial, saying that I can't possibly be gay and be his son. Like he claimed it was an impossibility. So in my family, it's kind of like they know I'm queer, but they just pretend like I'm not queer. They just like they don't talk about it. Like it doesn't exist.
Now? They do that now, or that was when you were 15?
That's when I was 15. Later, I started just being my ostentatious queer self, not caring. That was around in my 30s. I started being more ostentatious about it. Otherwise, in my 20s, I was kind of like conservative on the outside, but then have like fun on the like outside my parents' view or knowledge, because they didn't want to know about it, but I didn't want to like be completely like a monk, so to speak. So I just like have my fun away from my parents' line of sight, and then when I was home, I just act all conservative, serious, academically driven.
When you were 15 and you thought you were gay, I guess, but was it more theoretical at that point, or had you had boyfriends? Had you like?
I didn't have any sexual or romantic experience with any male until 19, and all we did was just make out.
You still knew 4 years ahead. Okay.
Yeah, and I didn't have like oral sex until I was like 20, and I didn't have anal sex until I was like 25 or 26.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it was kind of a slow roll up into your queerness.
Yeah.
And that
it's kind of it was, so I guess I was kind of like a late bloomer compared to everyone else, because like from people I hear, they had sexual experience like well in their early teens, or sometimes even before they turned 13. I was like, what the fuck? Wow, am I really that weird? Didn't have any type of sexual experience or contact at all until like I was like in my 20s.
Yeah, everybody's different. You can't be comparing yourself to other people who are, I mean, I would imagine it's probably easier when you're like a 16-year-old boy who's straight, because that's just accepted. Like it's normal. You're going to have a girlfriend and stuff at that age. Yeah. But yeah, I know if I would have come out as gay to my dad in high school, he would have like, I'm not gay, so I never had to deal with this, but he would not have been pleased. Like he wouldn't have been stoked on that. He would, he would have, he wouldn't have been stoked on that one bit. But like, you're on good terms with your parents now and your family for the most part.
Yeah, my mom seems to be cool with me, not with my queer identity. So I tried to the best of my ability to conceal it from her, because she doesn't want to know about it. But then then sometimes but at the same time, I don't want to like try to like put on a false identity from my own parents, because it's like I have to be myself, even if it makes them uncomfortable, because my mom constantly talks about the Bible, and that makes me uncomfortable, but she does it anyway, knowing I'm uncomfortable with it. So I feel like I could do the same. I could be myself around her. If she's not, she could be herself around me. And also, my mom lives in the house I own. Like I own a 3-family home in Union, New Jersey. She rents one of the rooms for me, along with my sister, aunt, and cousin. So I'm like the landlord. They're my tenants. So it's like I can do whatever I want in the house that I own. So it's like she can't really tell me what to do. But eventually, I got my own apartment because I need my privacy away from my family.
Okay, so you own the house there, and you have your own apartment.
Yeah, although I might want to possibly buy a condo, or like a smaller house for myself, so I don't have to like throw money away on rent.
Smart.
Build equity, increase my net value.
When for work, I see some stuff online that you do a lot of tutoring and exam tutoring. How does that work? And it seems to be treating you really well.
I used to do in-person tutoring before the pandemic, where I would travel to people in Jersey or New York City to tutor them in like math, standardized exams like GRE, GMAT, and I also did like a few like little science tutoring like in physics, and business tutoring, like in accounting and finance. But then somewhere January 2020, I decided to do it online because I didn't have the mental fortitude to constantly keep traveling anywhere. I thought it'd be easier just to set my computer at my desk and just do online tutoring from my computer at that point. And then the pandemic happened in March 2020, and then business just exploded. Like so many students were reaching out for help with tutoring, but then it got to the point where it's like they wanted more like assistance with like homework assignments and exams. Mm-hmm. So I kind of like played into it since that seems to like be like what they were looking for. Initially I was doing online tutoring, but like it seems like there was more of a demand for like help with exams and homework and other assignments.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay.
It's pretty baller though. Like you can just put an exam in front of you and you'll crush it for them.
I mean, if it's like something like math, many types of like most types of math, I'm very skilled at. You know, I have a bachelor's degree. I have a bachelor's degree in applied mathematics, right. And most of the math they were giving me was like community college level math or like first year, second year level math. So it was just a piece of cake for me.
Yeah, and so they would. How does that work? They just have to let you log in basically, and then you can take a test.
Sometimes it's kind of like a screen share type of situation. Where they would share their screen and I would just like, you know, get my either pencil, paper or like software and just like do the problems and then they submit the answers and then they pass the exam.
But did you literally get hundreds for them or usually just A's or?
Just it really like sounds like you get perfect scores. It sounds like they like didn't want me to get a perfect score because I guess it's like red flag. So I was like, okay, I'll just like get a decent score, but nothing too ostentatiously suspicious. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. So, but the thing is, I realized that like it would probably be ideal to like use to get a face of the company and just do it like without me revealing myself. Because from what I've got on the internet, like I say, don't use a real name on the internet. So I was like, okay, I'll probably need to like get someone to be the face of the company while I just do the work on the back end. Hence the Jim O'Hara OC character, original character thing came to be. So it's kind of like a bit of an acting challenge, so to speak, as well as like kind of like writing my own fictitious character based on a unique version of myself, something like that.
What was very funny about the Jim O'Hara character is like the content because you clearly made him a whole character, but you included in the alias your own fetishes. And so it would be like, I'm an expert at math. I love to smell feet. It was baffling.
Yeah, like a sort of like mostly myself with just a little twist on some stuff. Yeah. Although
how many exams did you take a week?
During the pandemic, I helped students with there are like dozens of assignments and assessments. So like to the point where it's like I had no life outside of doing it. It was like almost 24/7, except for the times where I got sleep barely and then woke up and just continued the same thing. Luckily, we were quarantined for all that time, so it's not like I had anything else to do. And then I didn't get COVID for real. And then even when I was sick, I was just like on my computer or like pencil and paper doing some work. Cause like during the pandemic, we had nothing to do. We couldn't go outside. We couldn't go anywhere. So all that was left to do was just computer work. Cause so therefore it was like kind of like the most ideal time to be stuck at home working on the computer. Cause like there was nothing else to do. I couldn't go to the gym. I couldn't hang out with friends. So that was the time where I made the most amount of money during the pandemic. And I was able to buy my first house.
What does it cost for you to take my exam?
Well, now I don't really run the business anymore or take the exams anymore. Like that's been like that's taken over by someone else. But I think now it's like at least $300 or $400.
$300 to $400 for an exam, and it would take you like an hour-ish.
I mean, since my schedule got so hectic, I want to get my other experts to do it on my behalf for the students. So like I'm kind of like not really like an active member or part of the Jim O'Hara thing anymore. I mean, it was like a nice, quirky little project, but like I kind of like moved on to the whole Daddy Burt Obeng thing. So that's kind of like in the like a previous venture that like it's still going on, but it's just been like taken over by a different person / organization.
Are you making money off this thing? And
residual, yeah.
Okay. But back when you were doing it, shit, I don't know. I guess you earned a couple $100 in less than an hour.
Yeah, like I can make like depending on like how quickly I can do the assessments or like how quickly I can provide like a written up tutorial, so to speak. I could relatively make like at least $500 in less than an hour.
How did the word spread? Did the like customers tell their friends, or do you advertise?
They tell their friends, and then postings online talking about the services online. Then it just expanded like wildfire. Luckily,
did you have to vet your customers? Were you ever worried it was like a professor trying to catch you?
I mean, it's not against the law to like.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I looked into it. It's not against the law, and there's so many other websites similar to what I'm doing. So like, this is something that's like common practice. I guess the only hiccup is that like I was actually studying to be a teacher for a while, but then I like said, yeah, no, I'm gonna do something.
All your customers in America typically?
Most are in the U.S. There's like about 20% in Canada, and then several in like UK, Australia, New Zealand.
Okay. And so, like, I imagine sometimes people would have you take the test for them, and then they're thinking like, fuck this, I already got the grade, I'm not going to pay. Did that happen often?
Yes, that happened a lot. To the point where like I got very insanely frustrated. To the point where it's like that I would demand like half up front, then half after. So that even if they do fuck me over after, at least I got something up front so that it can cover the basic level expenses of running the operation. So,
you could out them. These are very blackmailable people stiffing you on the bill. That's dumb.
Yeah, I didn't understand like why the fuck. Exactly. I pointed that out to them. These dumbass like, why the hell would you do that? Like, I could easily just expose you.
You realize I know exactly where you go to school and what classes you're taking and who your professor is. Like, he might be interested in talking to me. Pay me.
I think their logic is that I wouldn't do it because apparently, discretion is paramount in that business, and that if I were to out them, that they'll say, oh, this asshole outed me to my school, then it'll make me look like I'm a untrustworthy person.
That's when you just do what Stormy Daniels did. You sell them back the rights for the book you were about to write about them cheating on exams.
You could do that. Did it ever come to that point where you had to contact like the dean somewhere because you were like, hey dude, you've owed me $500 for 3 weeks now, I'm done, I'm telling your dean?
What I would sometimes do is get someone to call them on the phone pretending to be like an administrator of their college and trick them into thinking that they've been outed by me. Even though I didn't for most of the time, what I would do is something that's just like, or like I would send like, or create like thumbnails or like videos, exposing the person online. So that would be sufficient instead of like actually contacting their professor directly. So therefore, like the online humiliation they would experience was just like punishment enough. Yeah. So like that happened frequently, but then it seemed to like die down over time. The issue sometimes is like some people generally just didn't have the income, but they were contacting me anyway for help.
Yeah, knowing they were hoping to scam you.
Yeah,
that's what they were going for. Did you ever? And I'm sure it probably didn't happen, but was there ever an instance where you're like, yeah, dude, I'll take your test, and then you get it and you really fuck it up, like you did a bad job?
That occasionally happens for people who contact me literally last minute. So I have a assessment due in like less than an hour. I need you to do it right the fuck now. And I have no planning, no preparation. And it's like they don't give me details about what it is they need help with. They just said, oh, it's just a math exam, but it's some type of either math I'm not super familiar with, or like it's actually a different subject, but they think it's math. Like, for example, it's actually like a chemistry, but they saw numbers and just assumed math. I'm like, dude.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's no way you're going to do worse on a test than a guy who says I need help on my math homework and sends you chemistry. Like, anything was an improvement on what that guy would have gotten.
Yeah.
Damn, that's so funny. So done with the sex work, done with porn, done with muscle implants, done with firefighting. You're pivoting full-time, or as full-time as you can for now, towards online content creation, playing up the Fishtank famous house. Correct.
Yeah, I feel like it's probably like less stressful and easier just to like streamline my focus on like building the brand of Burt Bronx based on the, like leveraging the Fishtank popularity. Because I realized I'm getting like lots of offers for interviews. They want me to create merchandise, do streaming, content creation, custom videos, custom audio.
Yeah,
and like
Cameo would be great for you.
Yeah,
I don't know if you've set one up yet.
I just started a Cameo account. It's active right now. I've actually done like I think 10 orders already, and I have like 50 backlog. So I'm gonna have to try to like knock those out one at a time. I like doing the cameos. I realize how fun it is, like to create different scripts, and then I kind of like review it a bit, and then just do my own improvised version based on what the people want me to do.
Yeah.
So if they want me to do something like be like seductive, like treat them, they're my sweet little bitch, and I act like the big black daddy. Sometimes they want me to be like encouraging someone that they know to come out of the closet, but they just need like someone who's been there to like kind of lend like words of support.
Yeah.
And then some requests, I recently are like Christmas or happy holidays requests.
Yeah, you run the whole gamut over there, don't you? Yeah, that's so funny.
Either or.
Do you want a Merry Christmas, or do you want to? You can do it. Be gay, buddy. You just come out and be a homosexual. You clearly enjoy the character acting part of it a lot. Did being on Fishtank change your ideal? Because I know early on you were like you really wanted to play like a rapist murderer on Law and Order. Like that was a character you really had an interest in. Is that still your dream character, or has it changed?
It still is the dream to like play the bad guy roles. Although the ideal roles I love to play is how a guy seems nice, cool, chill, normal. I guess like Ian level vibes from Fishtank.
Yeah.
On the outside, but then later in Act 3, they're revealed to be the main antagonist, like the bad guy, and then it's like their personality just takes a 180 and they become full-blown villainous. And it's like a shock, like how could this seemingly nice, chill person be the bad guy? But then when you watch the film again, you realize the clues were there the whole time. There were little pieces that made it clear this person was not who they say they were, and they were kind of like have a devious streak that didn't really become really apparent until the plot twist reveal.
Yeah, that's interesting. I have no interest in acting, and so I've never put myself of what my dream character would be. But I don't think I'd line up on like rapist. I'd rather be a good guy. I'd rather be liked at the end of it, I think. Which it's funny that like your goal would be to be the sinister bad guy, but you kind of just came off Fishtank seeming like not the bad guy at all. Like just a very funny guy. And so maybe that's why you're drawn to that kind of role.
Yeah.
So different from you.
Yeah. In real life, I'm kind of like, I'm like serious, academically driven, career focused. Like I have goals and plans, and I'm goal oriented. I try to get shit done, like be organized. So therefore, like when I was through an environment was just the complete opposite of serious, like just plain random nonsensical ass bullshit, I was thrown for a loop. And I was trying to make sense of it and try to strategize how to like leverage the concept of what the show was to my advantage, so that I can win in the end.
What enough about the Fishtank stuff, but what do you do? Like, it's a day that you're enjoying yourself, no work, no tests to take for other people. What do you do for fun? What does Burt do to pass the time, have a good time?
I like watching TV with my friends, and also like analyzing tropes and literary conventions in TV shows, films, and books. A website I frequent a lot is tvtropes.org. Is a website that basically has like a list of like tropes, cliches, and literary conventions that's used in a wide variety of media, including like anime, live action films, animation, video games, books, and novels. Where I would actually like study the tropes that are used in some of the shows I watch and see how it's applied in other shows. An example is like a what's called obfuscating stupidity trope. Is when a person seems dumb on the outside, but they're actually really smart. They're just playing dumb to leverage it to their advantage over the people that they're trying to manipulate.
Yeah.
So like that's one. Yeah. So I was
kind of tracking those through different shows.
Yeah.
Is it because those are tropes that you have an interest in portraying as a character?
Yeah, I also like seeing it done in TV shows and movies. Another trope I like is the whole bunny ears lawyer trope. Is when a character seems wild and zany, like a total moron, but they're actually brilliant in what they do. Example of this is like Ace Ventura: Pet Detective, played by Jim Carrey in the 90s. He seems like a complete like cartoonish moron, but he's actually a very brilliant detective, which helps him solve the case in the end.
Yeah, or Joe Pesci in fuck Kyle, what's that movie where he's the lawyer?
Oh, My Cousin
Vinny. My Cousin Vinny. Yeah. The movie rules. That's the only one I could think of like that. Yeah. So you're just watching TV with your bros, studying TV tropes. Yeah.
I like and also like in real life, people look at me and they assume I'm not really an academically driven person. They just think I'm like a thug or like a person who probably did not go to college. So like I like to like appear something on the outside, but be more than what I appear to be on the inside. So that's like I like those type of tropes where it's like they seem like one thing on the outside, but they're revealed to be something else.
Yeah. They seem like a white guy named Jim O'Hara, but they're really a Ghanan man named Burt. Yeah. Is that why you would pick like white guys, usually Irish or Italian, to be the front? Like, I bet in that industry there's some racism there where they're like, I'm gonna pick this clean cut looking white guy as my test taker.
With me, it's because my voice is not stereotypically urban black sounding, and I felt like if I would actually use another like African Americans males picture, they will assume that actually because like in real life, like on dating hookup apps, like they would see my picture and like we would like talk on the phone, they would assume I'm a catfish because my voice does not match the way I look in pictures. Because it sounds too white, or they thought I'm like some undercover police officer. Trying to catch them in a sting operation.
The mustache adds to the undercover police officer thing because that's their loved.
I saw you your tweet about portraying Patrick Bateman. You've got like the full goatee and the knife, super scary.
Yeah, Patrick Burtman. that would be the best character ever.
That's good. Yeah, that was from his photo shoot during the summer. My goatee had to shave it when I became a firefighter because the mask doesn't allow. I'm not allowed to have a beard at all, but they allow me to have a mustache and a bit of a soul patch so that the mask can fit comfortably on my face without it like air leaking through.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I saw another, and Zach, if you can like put these up as we're linking them. This tweet where you said potential YouTube comedy skit featuring Uncle Al and his nephew Burt, and it's you in two different outfits. Yeah. Do you have maybe ideas of doing like the you playing many characters in a skit type of content?
That's like an idea I'm having in the back of my mind. This idea of the one in the picture here is kind of based on like a series that already exists called In an African Home, where this actor, also a Ghanaian American actor, Clifford Owusu, he portrays himself as a teenager and also himself as his own father. So it's like so I was trying to do like something similar, but like with my own little twist as like the Uncle Al, the serious uncle, and Burt just like the lazy teenage punk sort of character. I was trying to think like a comedic like sitcom vibe. Yeah.
The size of shorts you wear are you buying like 3 sizes too small? Like these are teeny little short. And also like Kyle and Woody didn't watch the show, so they wouldn't know. Burt brought skin tight pants on the show. He's an exhibitionist, as he says. And you brought like 15 pairs of the exact same pants, right?
Yeah. This was because I was trying to establish the character archetype for when I came into the house. Like I was trying to get myself like an iconic, distinctive outfit so that people recognize, so that I become like a memorable thing. Because I realized even before I got into what I thought was like the last person standing thing, I realized that it had to be memorable by the audience so that it'd be like distinctive.
Mhm.
So that therefore I made sure to wear like pretty much the same outfit repeatedly, or at least some variation of that outfit, but it would still have some of the iconic things like the whistle, the black shirt, gray pants or gray shorts, and the gray socks and black shoes.
Yeah.
And make sure I maintain the mustache, shaved bald head, like trying to give like an iconic look, similar to like how in animated media the characters wear the same outfits repeatedly and becomes like an iconic look for them.
Yeah, and they clearly production saw that you really enjoyed playing those characters. Of all the different Burts they gave you to play, whether it was Gold Burt or MAGA Burt, Dark Burt, like what was your favorite one?
Prisoner Burt by far.
Prisoner Burt?
Yeah.
What about Prisoner Burt appealed to you?
I could be the creepy, intimidating, like almost like predatory type of character in the jailhouse, like a prison cell, and all the other prisoners like thought like, oh god, get away from this freak, he's so creepy and weird. So I had like fun tormenting prisoner number 3 playfully,
Yeah,
just how like I like how he just seemed so scared of me, wanted to get away from me, like feeling nervous. I just like make him squirm. It was just so much fun.
Oh, you clearly had enjoyed making a lot of the guys squirm, especially the little Twinkie ones, where I don't know how much of a character you were playing. I think you really liked little Ted.
Oh yeah, I mean, I do. I mean, I like the people that I was like fucking around with, but I was just like kind of like hamming up a little bit for like to make it more memorable, similar to like Ray from Scary Movie, and also like Neil Patrick Harris character Barney Stinson from How I Met Your Mother. How they kind of like lean into the hamming up the like almost predatory, like oversexed character.
Yeah, I enjoyed Gold Burt. I liked when you painted your entire body gold and wore that gold sash and then went around as can you bring up a picture of Gold Burt, please?
I didn't know what Gold Burt was. I was like, I wonder what Gold Burt means. It's like, when you paint yourself entirely gold.
Yeah, okay, well, it's because they said he was going to win and that Gold Burt was his final form, and so once he embraced Gold Burt, that would be the end of the show. But unfortunately, I guess they got kicked out of the house for some extenuating circumstance that they weren't allowed to go into, probably for legal reasons, and so they had to push the ending of the show differently. And so just go ahead and pull that up, Zach, so we can see Gold Burt in action. Mr. Zach, if you could pull that up.
Gold Burt, Gold Burt. I wish I had the gold voice.
What the fuck?
Gold Burt, Gold Burt, Gold.
Now, this is 2 weeks after you've stopped your antipsychotic medication.
Yes.
I'm going to tell you guys who are audio only, you just missed quite an athletic display. He was wearing a boa, I believe a cowboy hat and sunglasses, and he was armed and he was putting on he was showing off his combat skills. It was impressive. What was the audio there? That sort of theme song that was reminiscent of like an 80s cartoon show. That was like He-Man or She-Ra.
You can type in for the TTS, you can pick between like 24 different voices. And so they probably picked like epic opera guy and typed in like Gold Burt over and over.
Oh, that's cool.
And so it was very, very fun. Anyway, Kyle, Woody, anything else you guys would like to poke and prod?
No,
Old Burt.
No, I'm. It was a pleasure speaking to you. Oh. I think everybody's going to be surprised to see the diamond in the rough that you are, sir. Because on the show, you are a scary, psychotic person, but clearly playing a character on the show. But no, it's really fun talking to you. And how much money did you win? What was the amount that you ended up actually walking away with?
Initially, I didn't really get anything at the end, but then I guess after like the fans kind of like hounded the production a bit, they agreed to give me $15,000, which is like less than a third of the original $50,000. So, but I guess in lieu of the full $50,000, they're planning on helping me like launch my acting career, helping like boost my identity, leverage the Fishtank fame so that I can be a regular guest star in the future seasons of Fishtank and all the other and several of the other MDE productions.
They're
So-
not
Can't put a
paying
price
you?
on that. You can't put a price on that. That's a good
You're
deal.
getting paid in exposure.
Yeah, so that's basically I think like they're what they're planning on helping me with, really get my name out there, leverage the popularity I enjoyed on Fishtank to increase the superstardom, and help with like getting like establishing the website, the content creation, photo shoots, video shoots, paid meetups, meet and greets, appearances, and dancing performances to the point where it's like all the income generated from all these different avenues would probably exceed 50,000 or substantially a lot more.
Well, yeah, but it's more work. Like
it's more work.
if I said, "Hey, I'm not paying you for this job. However, I have an in on other jobs you could do which will pay you," would you be like, "Thanks, Woody. That's a pretty sweet deal."
I kind of low key suspected during like around the halfway through that like at the end was that like there was gonna be like no money at all, and when they showed the zero check, I was like, I knew it.
Yeah, they gave him a check that said $50,000 and then gave it to him, and then Sam went up there with a big marker, blacked out the 5, went over the whole line item, and then wrote 0, and then left you in the middle of the desert, which
I thought
was
that
a very
was just
funny
a
ending.
joke, and in real life, Sam came through with the money he promised.
You know, it's not as funny now that you know he actually kind of stiffed him a little. It's kind of sad.
There better be some valuable exposure.
When we came to like what I thought was Last Person Standing, the whole goal was to like become like famous via the reality show. So like I guess in the end I did achieve fame, like more fame than I ever anticipated. So and they're gonna help me leverage that fame to become even more like well known. And I'm also getting like all these interview requests, acting, some acting projects, and invitation parties.
This is terrible. This is awful. You weren't paid for your work, and instead you got fame. Fame sucks. Fame fucking sucks. You don't want fame. That's the cost, right? What you get is money. What you pay for that is exposure. Like it is much better to live a life where no one's paying attention to you. You don't want fame. That sucks dick.
To be, I mean, I lived a life where during childhood in like my early 20s, I lived a life of like obscurity where people knew of me, but like but I wasn't well known or popular at all. So I guess like this kind of like making up for like being the weird, creepy, unpopular loner kid in school and early years of college. So now being completely famous, everyone knows who I am, everyone knows my name, everyone wants to get to know me. So it's kind of like I got like making up for the decades of being obscure and unknown.
Yeah, something else that throughout I think pushed production towards not paying out. Number one, they put $50,000 on roulette in Vegas the night before the finale, and they lost. And it was 50,000 real dollars. Like they had to like buy a roulette table that would allow them to come in and film it. And like Sam is like usually a pretty even keeled guy doing his skits and all that. Mm-hmm. And he and Jet were sitting there smoking a cigar. One roll on roulette on black, it comes up red. And then Sam was like holding the camera, like talking to himself afterward. And people were like, that was a bit, right? That wasn't the real money. He didn't just bet $50,000. And Sam was like, are you serious? Look at the camera right now. I'm shaking. Like my adrenaline is so high, I'm shaking. I just lost $50,000 at a roulette wheel for one spin.
No.
Burt
just lost.
Burt just lost $50,000.
Sam only lost 15. It turned out.
Yeah. And so
I think I've done like I guess maybe because of the nature of my my background that they probably didn't think it would be ideal to give me the full 50,000. So I guess instead they just decided to like in lieu of that help kind of like clean up my image and like establish a more safer work type of acting career. Because I did, like I mentioned, like, you know, throughout the time I was in Fishtank Famous House, that the reason why I decided to go through with this whole nonsense was so I could get exposure and my name out there and to become more famous. Which,
let's explore
this.
In lieu of actual money, you're getting other gigs that pay actual money. How's that going so far?
Well, so far I got like a gig to be with Chris, I think in Florida, like where I'll be dancing on stage at I'm trying to think, like I think Fort Lauderdale is where I'll be at on this Saturday.
Is that the other 35K?
That's where the other 35 is hidden in Fort Lauderdale on the stage. Yeah.
I mean, I think this is just for like exposure and like to leverage off of.
So that is also an exposure gig.
Yeah, I think it'll just help increase. I feel like I'll be going on appearances and like for example, this interview here, and like try to get my name out there.
Tell everyone how much we're paying you.
Oh my goodness. What?
Now this is an exposure gig, you know, and that's why I've been a host on the show for 12 years. Woody's paying me an exposure.
That's different.
Can you imagine?
That's fucking different.
Something that
you're not legally allowed to talk about that.
I would
well, so far
I wanted to see you get the 50 grand, obviously, because you won the show, but also just from like a reality show standpoint. You definitely spent too much time saying you didn't care about the money and you were going to split it amongst every person involved.
That's the thing I'm disappointed about now, that I won't be able to like split it among the initial. I was going to split it among the initial 12 contestants, but then if I had gone 50 grand, I would have like probably like give the lion's share of it to like the 5 who I felt like engaged the audience the most and also stuck it out till the very end until they just happened to be eliminated, which would have been Luke, Mizzy, Peyton, Binks, and Symbol. Mm-hmm. And then the other contestants or freeloaders, I'll probably like give a smaller amount to. Like, for example, the ones who were more standouts in terms of like freeloaders, I think was like Job, definitely. And I believe Frank to this extent, and then Nifty. She was, I think she provided like some comfort and help for me, so I would help her as well. And also like your Alex,
or you're
that's
paying
what he
your
was.
He was going to do. Would have done.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, you know, like maybe they didn't. I'm not sure. I can't really speculate. I mean, just speculating. Maybe it's like they didn't like the idea of me swaying among all these people, because I remember like before the show ended, I told them I was gonna like split among the 12 contestants. So like, well, with the freeloaders, I was like, okay, I'll try to include the freeloaders. Then they said production, split among production too. I was like, do anybody need to split among production? They're already getting paid like a base rate for the work. So I was like, okay. So I was trying to like zoom all the people, but I realized like if I were to split among the 12 contestants, the freeloaders, the newbies, and the production, and also the homeless people in the tunnel in Las Vegas, it's like there'll be barely anything for anyone. I was like, are they fucking with me? Like, because like
you should pay these people an exposure. Just
yeah, you can bring them on and pay them an exposure.
Cameraman.
That's the exposure economy. You just keep making the world go round.
Since production doesn't seem to be interested in like me in like trying to like help the other contestants, I think I'm gonna find some way of my own to like somehow help the contestants I feel like probably engage the audience the most, besides me, and then like try to like help them in some way. I'm just trying to figure out what the best idea to do it. Like maybe like I know it's like with the Ball Bros concert, they fundraise, so they raise money for the show. Maybe like do some type of like in-person appearance where like a fundraise and get the proceeds to the contestants I feel like were instrumental in helping make season 3 the best season yet. So like Luke, Mizzy, Symbol, Peyton, Binks, Alex B, Connor, I believe, and I'll try, and then Job, and then like some of the other freeloaders. The newbie contestants are harder to gauge because they're only there for like about 3.5 to 4 days, and it's like they I guess they didn't have the chance to be really super engaging since they had a limited amount of time on the show until Act 3 was cut. Speaking of Act 3, like the mind wipe bit, that was not real. That was a bit. I was just trying to. I was just trying to get back in production, try and gaslight us in the first place, like try to
that was
lost my memory.
For Woody and Kyle's benefit, they brought on 12 new contestants a month in and told them that the show was starting anew, and the 5 remaining originals had to blend in seamlessly and work together to vote off and eliminate all those people. And Burt had a very funny bit where he's like, you guys know I'm eccentric and I have an interesting mind, and I actually have the ability to decide to give myself a blackout and to remove my memories of things. And so if I seem like I don't remember, it's because I sincerely don't. And so someone will have to remind me of all this before, but I am going to, when I wake up tomorrow, I will no longer know any of this, and I will be going forward fresh. And he stuck to it so well and like acted befuddled at every turn correctly and like reason, like it was believable that I think didn't production bring you down to the basement twice because they're like, this dude just stopped taking his antipsychotic medication and he's now saying he genuinely has no memory of the last 4 months, like, or the last 4 weeks. So what did they say when they brought you down?
I was still trying to stick to the whole mind confused, and then just show me the drawing that Pain made for my 36th birthday. And they were trying to explain to me what it was. I was like, I don't know what that is. How I was like, where did that pain come from? I was trying to get back at them for trying to gaslighting us with the whole Famous House bullshit. I don't know, like closing to like the season. Like if we continue Act 3 for the full 2 weeks like initially planned, at the end of the season, like assuming that I was like the last one standing, I would then reveal that I knew it the whole time, and then give like a little speech on how I would execute this plan, and then be like, I gotcha to production and to the whole remaining cast, and how they try to like maybe look like a psychotic, deranged nut job, and now I end up flipping it on them, make them look like the fools.
Yeah, so and you did. That was a good bit.
I wish I could have ended up that way, but then we had to do the whole RV thing.
Yeah, and then the cameras were closer, and you could see you smiling a little more, trying not to crack on the funny.
Yeah, I was really trying to maintain the whole this is all fucking nonsense, like pretense, like act like I'm just annoyed with all this shit. But I guess some stuff I was generally finding funny. I was trying to do my hardest like to conceal it, but I guess it was just coming out in my expression.
Yeah, it was easier to see with those close-up cameras. But well, I hope the exposure pays well. That. Wish you would have got the 50K.
Yeah,
that was the game. Even if you were going to split it amongst everybody. Sorry, go ahead, Woody.
Yeah, I know how did they rug pull you on the 50K? They just said not gonna.
They said that the whole gambling, the $50,000 was real, and that they didn't have the 50 grand to give me. But I guess in lieu of that, they're going to give me like the day rate plus the fish books I won, which I guess amounted to what they claimed 15,000. Plus, they're saying the more emphasis they're going to do is like help launch my safe for work acting career, content creation, merchandising, and make a full blown brand of my new identity as Burt Bronx. So I'm hoping I feel they will stick to that and also give me like priority in terms of like starring in like MDE productions and other films and content, including the future seasons of Fishtank. They think they want me to come on for each season that Fishtank goes on.
Yeah, for sure. They've got to keep you around just as a recurring character because you did such a good job. And also, like, there are people, not many, but there are from season 1 and 2 who were very popular who now do streaming. And the thing that differentiates them from the other cast members is they like immediately got on it and started grinding and didn't take a 3-month break and then show back up. They just started doing it. And it seems like you're a very hardworking, industrious guy, so you'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm just trying to like get I ordered some materials. I'm just waiting for them to arrive so I can really start getting like a setup for my office. Right now I'm in my apartment living room. I have a separate office in Union, which I'll probably now use as like a studio space for like photo shoots, video shoots, streaming, and like content creation. Certainly now that I have this audience built in, and also like also want to like try to like decorate like a desk space, so to speak. so I can use it for like ideal content creation. So once all that stuff gets in, I'll start streaming. I just need to think of the content I want to stream. I mean, I feel like video games would be ideal, would be good, but like I feel like it's kind of like a lot of people do video games. I mean, I would, if possible, like to feel myself singing, like lip syncing to some of the songs I love to like groove dance to.
Yeah,
like,
let me tell you, do the lip syncing thing over the gaming thing. That's much funnier, and people are going to be watching for your personality and for your quirks and like the funny way you react to things. And so that would probably be, if I were you, that's what I would lean into more, because like the gamer streams, nothing wrong with that, but it wouldn't fully capitalize on your personality. But anyway, I know we're wrapping the interview here. Where are all your socials? Where can everybody find you and follow you?
I'm in the process right now. It's like I have the Twitter, Instagram. The Twitter is Bronx Burt. The Instagram is Burt Bronx, and the YouTube is the handle is Burt Bronx. I changed. It's the same YouTube channel I had before. I just changed the handle, and I think TikTok's also Burt Bronx. I just need to establish the Facebook page, the Twitch. I have a Discord that's also Burt Bronx, I believe. Discord is something I don't have too much experience in like using. I've heard of it frequently, and I have established an account. I just don't know the logistics and like leveraging it to like for social media content creation. So I'm gonna have to do more research and like watch videos to learn how to use it more effectively.
You'll figure it out, but it seems like you got all your branding on point everywhere you want to find him. It's Bronx Burt or Burt Bronx. And so our listeners who are interested in Burt, go give him a follow, check him out. Very funny guy. And thank you for coming on tonight, Burt. It was good chatting.
Thank you. Also, I was trying to establish the burtbronx.com website. So that should be active hopefully in less than a week.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. Well, this goes live Saturday. And so everybody, when you see this, go check it out. But thanks so much for coming, Burt. Have a good rest of your evening.
Thanks, man.
All right. Take care.
You too.
It's at the bottom, the leave studio. But you're good. We should have said that before.
Oh yeah. Leave. Oh yeah. Here it is. Okay.
All right. Later, Burt.
All right. Later. Okay.
Just close the tab.
Kyle, you're muted, my friend.
What if he just ran out of the room?
He just left.
What if he was just like, fuck it, and just like ran away?
Yeah, what a
that
fucking
check was real. They were gonna not pay him at all.
They did not pay him at all. Basically, 15.
I
grand.
didn't.
They probably made that in like a week.
I didn't know that. I thought I was split actually. I thought at first they're doing this as a bit. He got his $50K behind the scenes, and this is like an antagonizing thing to the audience. And then I thought, holy shit, they really gave this guy $0. But obviously it's not all real, because they clearly like cut the stream and then like went back and picked him up in the desert. They're not going to really leave him standing out there. And then now he's saying 15 grand. And so who knows? Maybe it is a half measure.
It's not a character for Burt to kind of, pull the wool over the audience's eyes. Maybe he did that to me just now.
I don't think so.
I don't think he did that to us.
Dude, I felt so awkward when you were pressing him on that. You were like, no, you don't understand, Burt. You've been misled. You
have been hoodwinked.
You, for all of your IQ, are a fool.
Right? I'm like, don't you take people's business exams for them?
Well, like that was
you have an accounting degree.
That's not a good thing.
Follow along.
They should have shut that down earlier in the show, because in season 2 there was, I don't remember who it was, but someone was like, if I win, I'm going to split the money with this person. And immediately, if I recall, someone from production was like, no. No promises of splitting money. The winner gets the money. And that's the end of that. If you're planning to hand this out to everybody here to like garner votes or avoid getting kicked out, then nobody gets any money at all. But when I saw Burt, and Burt really did lay it on thick on multiple occasions, like, I'm not here for the money. I don't care about the money. The money doesn't matter to me. I want to become famous. And they're like, what are you going to do with the money? And he's like, well, I really don't need it. It's not that much to me. I make more than that pretty consistently. And so I'm going to split it with everyone. And then that's when people started trolling, where they were like, so you're going to split it with all 12 of the people who started? He's like, yes. He's like, all right. And the 12 new freeloaders, you're going to add them in? He's like, I suppose yes. And he's like, okay, but what about like the lower paid, like, but hardworking production members? You have to include them.
What?
And so by the end, it was like everybody's getting $600. And yeah, that's
He even mentioned the mole people.
the mole people. Yeah.
Yeah, for Woody, you may not know that's what they call the tunnel dwellers of Vegas. Real true thing, not like a joke or a comic book.
The homeless. He said something about that.
Yeah. They call them the mole people. Apparently, there is quite the network of storm drain tunnels or something there, and numerous YouTubers have like gone to see the mole people. Like these people live underground, and they're sort of, I mean, they're homeless, but it looks more post-apocalyptic than homeless because they're down there cooking and like but they're in complete darkness. That's another thing. Like deep in those tunnels, it's just dark. They're living by campfire and stuff. It's weird. I enjoyed Burt thoroughly.
Oh, he's so funny.
We were discussing before the show how sometimes we'll hope a guest goes well, but you never know with some people, and I felt like he was one of them, and that was fun. What an odd guy. What an odd guy. But also like really well spoken and clearly highly intelligent and interesting, but also like his whole thing, like even when he was like, it was almost a wink and a nod when he started talking about the TV tropes. He's like, oh, I like characters who are secret geniuses. I like secret characters who like pretend like they're goofballs, but secretly they have a master fucking plan. Oh, okay. You do, huh? Weird.
I need to find what I should have brought it up. It's so funny that he like is so into AI. He really enjoys that. And then for his fake profile, he didn't use like an AI white guy's face. He literally just found a trustworthy looking white guy, like with his own job and business and his own LinkedIn page, and was like, that's me. I'm Jim O'Hara. Yeah.
Yeah, he was. I thought he was using Italian fake names and stuff. Lots of vowels.
Yeah, let me find.
That's crazy though that he's smart enough to take all those. I wish I'd asked him that, because was he taking the same test over and over, like something he hadn't brushed up on, or was he just capable of taking all?
I think he covered that. He said most of the people were in the first year or two of college. I think a lot of them were in community colleges, and that was just elementary for him.
Yeah. And Zach, can you open up this YouTube page and just go to the videos tab?
I wanted to know his
we can scroll
something that we could look at. You know,
I think he posted a lot of his like historical test scores, and it was
cool
very,
guy. I don't know about cool guy, but bizarre fellow, really interesting. I rarely feel uncomfortable on the show, but when Woody was pressing him on that money thing, I was like, just let it go, man. Just let it fucking go.
Don't scroll down too fast. Go up. I want to see. So go up to the banner. This is Gym Exam, the #1 proctored exam homework online class.
That's the whitest man you can imagine.
That's James O'Hara, the #1 test taker. And so
the left one, the LSAT, is like tough test. That's a big deal. But two of these are GRE, and what is the second one? CompTIA? That I'm not familiar with that.
So for those who are audio only, this is Burt's fake tutor profile, and it's a ginger white man's face on all of the thumbnails, and offering, I'll take this test, I'll take that test.
Look at the thumbnail for this to the left in the second row.
How to cheat on the GED.
I can't fucking stand phone calls. Text me on WhatsApp instead. Jeez. Hire Jim O'Hara, #1 test taker in USA.
Dude, my favorite though. Look at how to cheat on the GED. Can you be a bigger failure in fucking life than going online and trying to cheat on the GED?
I mixed up GED with GRE when I first looked at those. I'm like, these are basic tests. No, GRE is for graduate exams.
GRE's there too, but it's directly above it. Yeah, it's directly above it, and then the LSAT in the top left corner. But GED, My cousin got his GED because he got in so much trouble in school. He got kicked out, so he kind of had to like take it. And I was like, "What was that test like?" He was like, "I'm taking harder like job interviews." It's nothing. It's fill out your name and you're getting a 70.
This is just such a funny grind to be like, gotta wake up in the morning and, oh no, I didn't get paid. I gotta pretend to be an administrator and call this guy and
yeah, that's weird to me that he wouldn't like nip that in the bud, like by just exposing their cheating. Like, you're not getting your GED today, Omar. Sorry, you better pay next time. Jim O'Hara, #1 taste checker on the web.
Big shout out to whoever Jim O'Hara really is. That guy's like working at a bank somewhere, being like, "Why the fuck am I getting all these weird Google alerts?"
Like, honey, are you a professional test taker online? No, I'm divorcing you. I'm tired of the lies. I found your profile.
I found it. You've been moonlighting, getting people A's on accounting exams.
What are you doing with the money? What are you doing with the money, Jim? You're giving it to that whore, aren't you?
There was. I need to find it. I haven't searched through his channel ever, but I saw screenshots, and there's one video that he literally made where he's like, "Get to know #1 test taker Jim O'Hara," and it's like a little about me. I am of Irish descent. I am a homosexual. I'm a raw top, and it's like, this is just Burt stuff.
Yeah. That's white Burt.
That's just white Burt.
A raw top.
Okay. If anything, that's less dishonest if you think about it. Like he's being himself, just quite him.
Yeah, exactly. He's not trying to hide that part.
Yeah.
He wants everybody who's getting A's on their fucking calc exam to know that a raw top got him that A.
It gets you a 95% score on your calc exam, no problem. Calc finals, 85%.
Q&A interview, Jim O'Hara tells all. Family history, crushes, and more. Learn personal details about my family, celebrity crushes, when I lost my virginity, and more.
That's pretty impressive if you can, like, unaided, like, unprepared, just make a B+ on a calc exam, I guess.
Yeah. Have you ever failed an exam? Oh.
I wish that he was taking the bar for people. Like, that would be the fucking coup de grace. Like, if
it looks like he's, like, made up a tragic family history here in his Q&A video.
Oh, shit, he's got a bio?
He says, "What is your family like? I have 2 older sisters who are my best friends. I'm the youngest child and only son. My dad died when I was 2, so we were mostly raised by my mom and aunt." Fake dead dad for Jim O'Hara, test taker. "I have several nieces and nephews that I love like they are my own kids." What else do we got here? "My late father's family, the O'Haras, come from Dublin, Ireland. My mother's family, the Caprinos, comes from Naples, Italy. I'm 50% Irish and 50% Italian, but I identify mostly with my Italian heritage. I can speak intermediate level Italian and can have casual conversations in Italian." I believe that one, actually.
Holy shit.
Tip. He put in all caps, "Tip," and this is in the Q&A tell-all. "Never screw an Italian out of their money. You will regret it."
What the fuck?
This is a 16-minute slideshow with
there's one video of him touring
chapters.
His house. Like I know, I haven't been to his channel, but there's one video of him like touring his house, and it mentioned cats.
One of the slides is just titled, "Oh, you have a husband?" "Yes, I have a husband, Dave. We met in fall."
Husband.
He has a fake husband. You know, it's because Dave reminds him a lot of his dad, who died tragically when he was 2. "Yes, I have a husband, Dave. We met in fall 2013 and got married in summer of 17. He's a 57-year-old Italian-American real estate agent who looks a little like actor Robert De Niro. He's 24 years older than me, but it doesn't bother me. I am," all caps, "very attracted to older men." Again, this is a Q&A tell-all on a test-taking YouTube channel.
If you want to scrub through this video, Zach, this is him touring his fake white house. and talking. And in the video, he mentions his fake husband Dave several times. Like, yeah, my husband Dave. He likes this chair, and like
Dude, Burt fucking rules. He's so funny. This guy's the best.
what a maniac!
The amount of mental energy it takes to do this, and then add a layer of quasi trickery and fantasy atop it. Jim O'Hara from Reddit.
Arctic live in a 3-story, 3-family home. All right. Live on the first floor.
Yeah, him and his husband Dave, they live on the first floor.
All right.
I'm looking for any reflection of a black man holding the camera, because that would just be hilarious.
That'd be great. I hope he's naked.
Yeah, this world clock.
What?
Notice the timing is off.
No, guys,
Great
he's
tour.
The important
Okay,
stuff.
this is the
How would they know
bathroom.
that? How would anyone watching this video in the future know what time it really is where you are?
This is the dining room.
No, but did you see how he's avoiding the mirrors?
No.
He didn't
All
go in the
reflections.
bathroom.
Okay.
Oh, there's another mirror. Oh, he's cut.
Yeah, this
Oh, no,
world
okay.
clock. Notice the timing is
Anyway,
off.
I don't want to see the clock part again.
Yeah, I hated that part.
Okay, this is the bathroom.
See, he's not gonna walk in.
Yeah.
All right, TV.
Oh, okay. All right. Good night. Interesting. He's got one of those. He's got one of those flat
At
TVs.
least my mother is.
I'm guessing this didn't have a lot of views before Fishtank.
I'm guessing the same. I mean, this one I'm looking at now over here has 4.2 thousand views.
Hermione.
Hey, there's popcorn. Fuck, I forgot to ask him
And the
about
gray
his
one that just came out
pea-focused
here
snacks.
Is Hermione Granger.
His
Hey,
pea-focused
Hermione.
snacks.
Yeah, pause this,
Hey,
Zach.
Pronica.
Yeah,
He
we
has-
could probably lose this.
He we could lose that video, but he had a thing where like it was in passing and nobody followed up on it. Where he was like, when I was a kid, I used to list things that started with P that I enjoyed eating, and it was just kind of something that I did when I was young. And they were like, nobody followed up, but it was like, Burt, what do you like to eat? He's like, pizza, popcorn, pasta, pretzels, and Pepsi. And it was all P stuff, and so
That fella is. We give Woody a hard time for like being being all eat up with the tism and not realizing it sometimes. But Burt, he's got autism goblins just writhing around in his belly. That is some crazy stuff. Like, can you imagine?
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Just like it coexisting with Burt. He's just such a you could tell his takes are going to
Quite a
be
character.
bizarre, and he's just a weird guy.
And that's why I liked him. If he was like some like normal, boring dude, he wouldn't have carried the whole show.
I feel bad he didn't get his money. I thought that was like a joke.
Yeah, I wish, if it's supposed to be a 50K prize, it should be a 50K prize.
Do you think what do you think the plan was when he rolled that 50 on black?
What Sam said the plan was to let chat decide double or nothing. And then if he won, Ferrari.
What?
Still not a
$100,000 Ferrari?
No, if he rolled it twice.
Oh. Well, then he still wouldn't have enough money to pay Burt, though. That's the problem.
It doesn't seem like that was a high priority.
Fuck. Because that's what I was hoping. I was hoping that he was like, look, let's roll it, and then everybody gets a bonus. But if he's like, hey, I could get a Ferrari. That's like,
and it is Sam, so you don't know what he's thinking.
fair. Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
it could be a joke the whole time.
When I found out that Burt really didn't get the 50K, I was kind of like, oh, well, you got it's a reality show for 50K. He's got to have the 50K.
You think, but the exposure, that's what you're not taking into account here, Taylor.
The exposure.
Taylor, do
Yeah.
you understand that he's going to be dancing on a stage in Fort Lauderdale in a week from now? Do you know how much
With-
that's worth?
With Airsoft Fatty?
Can you put a dollar amount on that kind of exposure?
Not personally, no.
Probably $327, roughly. That's what I would say.
You think so? You think it's
I'd
a low three figures?
Yeah, about $327. You probably sell, get some autographs and sell some T-shirts and you get about $320. But the flight's going to eat that up quick.
Dude, I want to read a little more from his Q&A interview. When did you realize you were gay? An entire slide halfway through his academic presentation. Felt attracted to men for as long as I can remember. Realized I was gay when I was 12. Came out at 15. Ooh, that part's true. They struggled to accept me, but they ultimately did. When did you lose your virginity? I got my first kiss at 19. That seems to check out. My first fully naked experience with a man when I was 20. And it says, I've never hooked up with a female before. Expected for a gay. Who are your celebrity crushes? Page one of 5. I want you guys, you each get 3 guesses. I would bet everything I've ever owned or will own that you will not get who his celebrity crush is. One of 5.
Who's
he likes older men, and remember, he's incredibly attracted to Frank Hassel.
John Goodman?
No, you were close. You were closer than I thought you'd get.
Not
De Niro, Zach. Good guess.
Chris Farley?
Nope.
Okay, I don't know where that one came from. I kind of wish I could take that one back. What's his name from The Godfather?
Marlon Brando.
Now, this is a way to cheat at the game.
Robert De Niro is one of them, and so there's only 4 other to get because he already.
There you go, nailed it.
He already said that his gay husband looks like Robert De Niro, and that he's very attracted to older men.
Yeah, that's what I was leaning on.
His first of 5 celebrity crushes, Kevin James.
What?
Number 2,
King
of Queens. Number 2, Seth Rogen. Number 3, Robert De Niro. Number 4, Max Adler. I have no idea who that even is.
Sounds like a race car driver.
And then Greg Grunberg. Who the fuck is Greg Grunberg?
Well, that's bizarre.
Wait, is this the guy from that Spider movie?
I don't know. You have to link me a picture.
He's from Lost. He's from Hollow Man. This is the most obscure guy.
You ever see Hollow Man with Kevin Bacon?
No, I've never seen Hollow Man.
He gets the Hollow Man he's invisible. He gets this shit that makes him invisible, and he like sneaks around the lab, and Elizabeth Shue falls asleep, and all of a sudden some invisible person starts unbuttoning her blouse. And you're like, oh, nobody's around, Elizabeth Shue. What's going on here? And all of a sudden her titty pops out, and somebody starts sucking on it. And I'm like, holy shit, this is a great movie. And then it turned into a horror movie from there. But there was that was a great moment. I'd never seen an invisible man suck a titty because you can, you obviously see through him to the titty.
Yeah. What movie is this?
Hollow Man. I can't stop looking at this slideshow.
I don't even know where I would go to find that scene.
You go to MrSkin.com. You need to be a member there, though.
Are you being serious?
Who do you think you're talking to? Actually,
she's my login.
There is no.
Well, of course, it's a members site. I mean, I'm sure you can get some free content, but like all sites are member sites, one way or another. You pay more, you get more content.
I thought this whole website was just like it told you when nudity happened in a movie because
it displays it. Yeah. And then it shows it off. They do lots of things. They do like a yearly award show for like nudity in cinema that year. They'll give an award for like best back burger. That's my favorite. I show up for that one every year.
A lot of nudity on this site.
Best back burger.
I'm seeing it now. Okay, that's exactly as Kyle described, but now I get to see it.
Yeah. What have your homelands been invaded? Perhaps by Iranians using a mothership. How do you feel?
I'm really curious as to what's going on. So what Kyle's talking about are drone sightings over New Jersey. Apparently, they're focused on military installations, Bedminster, Trump's area, and something else. Maybe it was power infrastructure. I don't know what's true. A lot of people are like, oh, they're Iranian drones. They're planning an invasion, etc. But I'm like, with their lights on? These drones have anti-collision lights on. They have 6-hour loiter times. I think they're civilian aircraft being called drones. I think that they're just like misbranding stuff in this sort of hysteria, summer of the shark nonsense. That's my personal take on it. But I don't know for sure. These are very expensive drones. They would be hundreds of thousands of dollars with a 6-hour loiter time. I've done my research in this. I've been an expert for hours. And But apparently, like, you know how much a drone costs, like $1,000 or something for a little one that stays up for 15 minutes. A 6-hour loiter time and an extra large big drone with some sort of payload would be deep into the 6 digits, threatening 7. And I don't know what it is, but I just don't know why they'd have like Zach's showing a picture right now with all the lights on. You're telling me these are spy planes with their lights on? Nuh-uh.
Yeah, I had the same thought as well. There was a Republican lawmaker who was on the news, and he was like, "I'm gonna tell you right now, Diane, and it's just I wouldn't say this if I didn't have evidences that I will not be able to provide next week. But there is an Iranian mothership that we have lost contact with. It could be off the coast of the east coast of America, and these drones are being launched from that mothership. They are returning to sea, and when we chase them, they turn their lights out." And it's like, bro, did you hear what you just said? When you chase them, they turn their lights out.
Yeah.
Obviously I don't know what the fuck they are, but I bet there's at least some degree of copycatting going on where like, oh, did you hear, dude? Everybody's freaking out about the New Jersey drones. Hey, don't you have a drone? Let's send it up tonight and freak the neighbors out. Like, look, there's one over there too. And like, I could just see like every neighborhood has a block captain fucking with people with his drone. But to your credit, I saw those things too, and they look big. And they keep describing them not as a DJI drone or some hobbyist drone, but as a big aircraft of some kind. It's weird they're turning their lights off. It's clearly not aliens.
I've seen that on Reddit a lot.
I don't think very much of the Iranians and their abilities to do fuck all or anything at all technologically, and certainly not over here. Like I don't think it's the Iranians. I think that's so silly to say.
Am I crazy, or do they have a lot of drones that they gave Russia for the Ukrainian war?
They do. Yeah. Yeah, so, and then they also attacked Israel with a big drone swarm at one point that was largely ineffective in combination with ballistic missiles and the cruise missiles.
But I can't believe there's a mothership off New Jersey, which is to say off New York. It's basically the same coast that we're just like letting. Do you know how much like cargo traffic there is in that area? Like the longshoremen bringing, when they were going to go on strike in New York, it was going to shut down the whole auto industry. Yet there's a Iranian battleship out there, like a little drone aircraft carrier going unnoticed. I don't think so.
No, there's no way. I just don't believe the idea that the Iranians could do that is absurd to me. Like I just can't imagine there's some like crack. There's some cracked vessel of Iranian James Bonds out there off the coast of New York in a stealth submarine, and they only surface at night to release their drones to do what? I've seen the Chinese have cool drones. I've seen them do like crazy stuff with their formations. But I don't know what they are. I like a little media hysteria whenever one of these crops up. We shot down that Chinese balloon last year or whatever it was, and then it got revealed that there've been lots of Chinese balloons and people are freaking out. This feels like that again. What I don't understand is why someone in leadership, I hate to blame everything on Joe Biden, but kind of wish the president would be like, oh yeah, don't worry about them drones. Don't worry about that. I talked to a guy who knows a guy. Don't worry about that. I wish you just say that. Like if you can't tell me that, oh, those are the drones we're using to install the new cell tower network, whatever secret you're doing, whatever reason you have for not telling me just straight up what those drones are about, I wish you'd just kind of wink and nod and let me know that you know. You know what I mean? Like
the ones in Jersey.
If they were flying over Atlanta, I would be. I guess I wouldn't be concerned, but I would be a little worried. Are the CDC's here? I always worry about that when it comes to Atlanta being targeted for any kind of like weird terror type thing. The CDC is like the number one bullseye on this city, I would imagine, other than sporting arenas and such.
So what is the theory with the drones?
We don't have one. There
aren't a lot of them. Kyle's on the same mindset of me. I kept talking about how they leave the lights on, which implies to me they're not like Iranian or Russian attack or surveillance things. They would try to be stealthier if that was the case. That's my own theory, and one I'm stealing from a military analyst. So that made sense to me. They last for a long time, so they're expensive, Or they're not drones at all, and we're just like looking at Cessnas and calling everything a drone in a bit of hysteria. I mentioned the Summer of the Shark thing, where it was actually an average shark attack season, but it was on the cover of every magazine and news story every time a shark was spotted swimming in salt water, which is what they do. So this might be more of that. I don't know, but it's interesting, and I guess it's. I don't know. Now everyone's seeing lights in the sky and calling them Iranian attack drones.
Is the fear that they're like really high tech, or do they seem low tech?
Well, so the news, which might not be reliable, is that they're spending time over like energy installations, Trump's Bedminster golf course home, and military installations. So you're not allowed to fly over some of these things. There's forget what they call the no-fly zones, like TFT, temporary flight restrictions, TFRs, and these temporary flight restrictions last for lifetimes. You know, there's one over at Disney World that never goes away, and anyway, there's temporary flight restrictions over these places, and you can't fly there yet. They are kind of invalidating the civilian aircraft thing. I mean, that's the first thing they teach you. But it's my own theory. I don't know, but it's interesting.
So you think it's clear? It does seem interesting. You guys know more about it than me. It seems like the no-fly. It seems like the no-fly list thing like would tell you exactly what you said. These aren't just people, like they're not hobbyists.
Or they could be liars, right? It could be like the shark thing, where it wasn't even true. Do we have video of them being over military installations in areas where they can't fly?
No. I've just seen video of the drones and to sort of work out a little bit of like, I don't know, where the lights are mounted and the shapes.
I haven't seen videos of it. I need to look at it.
Yeah, the part about like where they've been flying near, I think is mostly sensationalized. I think that anytime they're near a thing, they're like, oh my God, can you believe it was right next to this? It's just like, and I want to talk about him in a minute. The fucking, what do they call him? The adjuster. The adjuster, that Luigi Mangione guy, whatever his name is. They're calling him the adjuster.
I didn't know that. Okay.
They call him the claims adjuster. I saw there was an article and it was like Luigi Mangione played an online assassin game, and I was like, holy shit, he did? Which one? And I scrolled to the bottom, Among Us.
Yes,
it was Among Us, and they were trying to sensationalize his play of Among Us as like assassin hitman training.
So did you read the article or hear about the article? Okay,
I saw the article.
I saw the article, and what I saw, I don't know what you saw. I saw Reddit sensationalizing an article that wasn't that sensationalized. What happened is one of his friends used to play Among Us with him, and he's like, dude, it's ironic that I played this game where you had to spot the murderer, and there actually was a murderer among us, right? And then Reddit twists it to this, like, they're acting like it's a big deal that he played Among Us. No. His friend was like, dude, it's kind of crazy that we played a game where we were trying to spot who's sus and somebody actually was.
But the article calls it an assassin game.
Well, that's retarded.
I need to see it again. But the thing that I saw anyway, it was like, Reddit was like, they're making a big deal out of Among Us. And it's like, no, they didn't. We're making a big deal out of Among Us. So,
it's not like a Reddit comment section to get things totally wrong.
They would never do that. I mean, dude, that thing's been fun to watch. The tone deafness of the entire news media about the reaction to the shooting and the aftermath. It has been really interesting to watch. Everyone has their fingers in their ears, pretending like it's the emperor has no clothes on a global mass media scale, where every talking head refuses, and if they do acknowledge it, it's only to admonish it. There's a few idiots out there who are hailing this murderer as a hero. Let them know the long arm of the law can reach into your dark corners and caves wherever you may lurk as well. And it's just like, dude, everyone, this isn't right left. That's the other thing. Like the right says, look at these left wingers. They want to take out CEOs. It's, no, dude, everybody's kind of on the side of that.
Yeah, Ben Shapiro came out, Matt Walsh came out, and like I forget, Joe Rogan, I think, is on the side of the murderer, if I recall correctly. But yeah, I don't know. I like Ben
alleged murderer.
Dude, if that would have been the CEO of Palestine, Ben Shapiro would have loved it.
Yes.
would have been the
would've-
biggest fan.
Yeah, got that guy.
Yeah, I guess we've gotten
I
we gotten a
think
lot of those. Not we. I
A
guess
lot of turnover in that position. I promise.
We paid for it.
No, that thing's been wild to watch. I saw him get arraigned. That they're saying that McDonald's employee may not even get the reward, the 50 or 60 grand or whatever
What
it was.
is that about? Is that truth or sensationalized? Whatever.
I don't know. That's what I read from online. I mean, look at Burt. You know, you get promised 50, 60 grand. And you walk away with a lot of exposure. You know, so maybe that person who turned him in at McDonald's can dance in Fort Lauderdale with
their soft fatty.
their soft fatty and Burt. They could be third billing as the Luigi Mangione rat.
Yeah, I saw some fun conspiracy theories surrounding it. I haven't done as much digging into the whole thing as you, but I saw some people online who were hyper confident. I might say too confident. They don't think that Luigi's the right guy.
Of course, he's the right guy.
Oh, his eyebrows look different here, and his face looks different here, and it's like it's really another like one of those where you'll see like the Joe Biden body double stuff where they'll use like multiple focal lengths of camera and be like, get a load of how skinny Joe Biden's face is here, and yet it's wide here, and it's like, yeah, that's how camera focal lengths work. That's how that works. And so like when you're looking at a picture of someone on like a closed caption screenshot, and then you see a picture of their mugshot, and then you see a picture of them in public with friends, like it's not unusual at all for them to look noticeably different in all three of those because they're very, very different.
I mean, he had the gun on him.
Yeah,
like
he had the gun on him.
He had the letter on him. Like the dude was like preparing to get caught, it seems.
As they're hauling him into the police station, he's screaming about like these, he's not screaming I'm innocent. He's not saying I'm a patsy like Oswald did. He's screaming like, the evils of the industry will be exposed. The American people need to open their eyes. Like he's saying that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like it's clearly him. There's no conspiracy afoot, unfortunately, because I like a good conspiracy. But I think what's going to be fascinating, and I never know what dictates this, what dictates the media coverage allowed in a court proceeding. Because with OJ, oh my God, it became daytime television. And with the Amber Heard, Johnny Depp thing, to a lesser extent for sure, but it became this generation or last generation's small version of that. I hope this thing is the same way. I hope we get the cameras in there and get to watch this shit every day, because I could see the jury going the other way on this one. I could see him getting a slap on the wrist, or there being a mistrial or some sort of, I don't know what all the terminology is. I don't know the difference between a hung jury and a mistrial. I guess a mistrial is when the defense or the prosecution rather does something untoward and then it comes out and now everything's overturned. And I guess a hung jury is when they're deadlocked and we can't come to a resolution.
I hope you're right, but I bet you're wrong. I bet they lock this guy away and they just have him dead to rights. I'm not sure he's even denying it. He's probably confessed it. He's going away.
No, he's got a lawyer. And the lawyer said, the lawyer had a great little mini press conference. He's like, let me show you all the evidence they got against my client. Here it is. Here it is, folks. Take a good look. Zoom in.
I like him already.
Zoom in.
Did he really say that? Are you quoting him?
I like how you're becoming more Semitic as you're doing the lawyer.
Oh, he's Italian to me. Okay.
I thought he was a little Italian, a little Jewish, or something. He's a New Jersey guy. But
for Luigi's sake, I hope he got a Jew.
Mamma mia.
Not Italian.
I don't know who gets shit done more.
I don't know. Israel gets.
You don't want a criminal attorney. You want a criminal attorney.
Yeah, he may need a Lincoln lawyer this time around, but I think there's definitely people out there who would go the other way on this one. And you don't know what the proceedings are going to be like. If there's a long drawn out trial, and his defense gets to talk about his pain and suffering, because I think he's got some back injuries, perhaps his claims were denied, and then they can use that as a lead in to some of the other practices of the insurer, and they can use that as an avenue into that. If they can just, in court, if they can talk about how awful that guy that he killed was, and how maybe some of his policies or his AI implementation And it was turning down claims at double the rate of every other insurer. Talk about the profits that they made last quarter, clearly because of them turning down what were definitely like real claims,
legitimate claims
that were people, people needed things. That's what insurance says. They needed those things.
Yeah,
Right.
They're gonna spin a sob story for the CEO, and I did read like a little bio of the CEO, and I would not be surprised if they could get some people to like get like convictions going on the killer.
I would
have a hard time. He's also a good-looking, well-spoken.
My mind.
He's
well, you have to think about the jury. It's not about what if we're on there. I think we know what's going to happen, but they're going to spin it and be like, "This wasn't some run-of-the-mill healthcare CEO. This guy was born to a lower middle-class family in Iowa. His father worked a grain silo, and he worked his way up from XYZ to become the most powerful AI utilizing CEO." No, cut that out.
No, I think Mangione's family has some money. He's good looking. He's well spoken. He's highly intelligent. Like if anybody's going to be able to defend themselves and be defended to the utmost, it's him. So like I think he's got a decent shot. I think he's got a better shot than like the Braves have of taking it home next year. You know what I mean?
No, this guy's absolutely going to jail.
Really? Absolutely.
I think Taylor's
you gonna
right.
give me
I think
odds?
he's wrong.
What kind
Dude,
of
you're
odds?
on a hot streak. You're due for a loss. You've been good on sports and the president.
I mean, you should be giving me 5-1 on something like this.
Not for someone as confident as you. 1-1's more than enough.
1-1 on him walking. There's video of him doing it. He's carrying a note that says unequivocally, "I did it alone, no one else, just me and my little old self. Gotcha, sucker!" Like it's in his pocket. You can't give me 4-1. I can get that on the street.
I can get a 4-1 on the street.
You know what? I gotta come in. I'll give you 4-1. $100 to your 25.
Yeah,
I
mean,
that's not how this works.
It does seem like it does seem like my side has the better chance. Then he's definitely going to go to jail.
Like my God, David and Goliath over here.
Did you see his reading list? And sorry, Zach, I'll do the sponsors right after this.
But Ted K.
Ted K. Old Teddy Kaczynski. But I mean, that's an afternoon read. Takes 25 minutes to read his whole shit. But also, like, did you see like the weird mishmash on his Goodreads, which I guess is an account? I guess it's a book reading account that you review different books you read or like have a book list. I've never used it, so I've
used Goodreads. I sometimes use it to help me find which audiobooks are good, and it's basically it does two things: it tracks which books you liked and recommends others based on that. Cool. And you can read other people's reviews. It started slow, but it really hooked me in the middle.
Okay, that's what he was on, and it was like
goodreads.com.
The list I saw was like scrolling through was the weirdest mishmash of books where it would be like the Unabomber Manifesto, Ted Kaczynski, the Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck, and it's like, that's embarrassing to have on your list. And then like 4 lower, it's like on my going to read Mein Kampf, and it's like, okay, well, that's a long fucking book. You're not. Yeah, Mein Kampf is a very long book.
Have you read it? You've read that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was doing it in prison, and so like, what else was he gonna do? So I bet, that was probably 10 years ago. I read through it because I was just curious, and it was like, so garrulous. Like there are so many parts of Mein Kampf where he just goes on and on and on and on and loquacious. He was very talkative and just
what is that? Those are fighting words. Loquacious. I barely know. Loquacious.
I think loquacious is the kind woman who helped me get my license at the DMV most recently.
Oh, come here, sugar.
Come here. He's got loquacious on her.
Yeah. Did you see his Twitter? Results.
I didn't see his Twitter before it got taken down.
When somebody goes, and becomes a superhero on the streets of America, they go through your Twitter to try to dig up some dirt on you, try to find something bad to say about Luigi. And one of his tweets said, I want to get the quote right. I got to picture it. "I need a white chick to go bug mode on my dick right now."
man of the people. Sometimes you just need a white chick to go bug mode. What does that mean? Like jack you off like a praying mantis?
And every time I think about that, I laugh hard.
I need a white girl to go, but you know, when he was tweeting that, he wasn't like, yeah, I'm gonna kill a CEO someday, and this will be a discussion point on the CNN.
Dude,
talking
all of his
points or
fucking
whatever.
leech ass friends are going on like TV, like, we never would have seen this. I'm like, shut up, he's trying to get off, you fools. Like I saw like they're like, oh, here he is, like on a TikTok one time. It's like, okay, guys, let's calm down. Like every scrap of like footage of him is becoming a big deal for some reason. But I do look forward to the trial, and like I was saying, he may have stepped away for a moment. I think he's got a shot. Just based on the man, there's a lot of people out there. Everything I read online, of course, I am in my little Reddit microcosm liberal echo chamber, but it seems like everyone, right and left, kind of feels the same way, that like, that guy's scum. We all hate that guy. Like he's not one of the cool like 100 millionaires who are building rocket ships or something like that. He's not zany. He doesn't make fun quips. He just uses AI to murder grandmas.
Dick Masterson has been having a fun time going all in. I mean, obviously, you know, Dick, like he's in favor of Luigi. And so like, he just keeps like, there are so many people who are like, guys, health insurance gets a bad rap. When I got cancer, they covered everything other than my $9,600 deductible. And that's what saved my life. And Dick is like quote tweeting all these people being like, hey, retard, have you ever once considered that your situation is anomalous? And that this is not the norm for most people. And then, you know, everyone is obviously on Dick's side. Like, 1,000 examples of like, I had the same situation as this guy. I went to the doctor and I had a report sent to my insurance agency with my doctor recommending treatment. And then they said that doctor didn't have the correct qualifications to make a distinction on what type of treatment was needed. And that I would first need to go to the specialist 700 miles away before they would qualify me for potential treatment, which crazy. I couldn't at the time afford because I would have to take off work. And so they effectively pushed my treatment down the road, you know, a year and a half. And it's like, that seems more normal for a lot of people. You get drug around, you get fucked with. They will take everything from you.
We had health insurance through my mom. My mom was a teacher, and that was excellent health coverage. Like it always seemed like it always seemed like catastrophic stuff happened. Like my dad had this crazy back surgery, and it was hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yeah, I think they came out of pocket for like less than a used car or something like that. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't a big deal at all. And my mom had 2 or 3 major surgeries. She had a tumor removed once and maybe a hysterectomy or something. Like she had some big stuff happen. Always covered. And like us kids, like always were covered in everything. And that was excellent health coverage. So I don't have the experience with what these people are talking about, but it would be a nightmare to have paid into something your whole life and then need it. And then have them turn you down, or even worse, give you that bureaucratic, go here and check this box and go there and check that box while you're dying or your loved one is dying. That's how you get shot. Yeah,
it's pretty fucked up. And we'll return to this after a wonderful word from our sponsors. This episode of PKA is brought to you by Blue Chew, folks. Blue Chew. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2024 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. 2025 soon. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew for free free, folks. When you use promo code PKA at checkout, just pay the $5 in shipping. That is BlueChew, BLUECHEW.com. Promo code PKA to get your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And big thanks to Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. Again, BlueChew.com, BLUECHEW, promo code PKA. Get that first month free. Just pay the $5 in shipping. And as always, Woody and I piggyback off of Kyle's recommendation. Tadalafil is the winning ticket. I've never even experimented with the other ones. I've never had a reason. Kyle recommended those. It worked perfectly. And there's no reason to go off that path. So that's what our recommendation is. Check it out, but see what's right for you. Talk to one of the doctors over there. BlueChew.com, code PKA. Get it for $5 in shipping. This episode is also brought to you by Lock and Load. Lock and Load. I really wish that Burt was still here for Lock and Load because this seems like right up his alley. Maybe we'll have to send him some. But Lock and Load, new formulation. Well, I guess new dosing measures, more comfortable dosing measures, same powerful formula. Now it's 6 pills instead of 9 pills. Lock and Load, code PKA or code Jizz for 10% off of this. Selling like hotcakes right now, but thankfully Derek has a assembly line churning these cum pills out, and so we have not run out of stock again. So check it out. Use code PKA, use code Jizz, get 10% off. Also get stuff like the pre-workout supplements like this, the Gorilla Mode Nitric. This is the kind that doesn't have any caffeine in it. Usually I don't. Actually, not usually, never. I never want caffeine before a workout because I've already had my caffeine for the day. And so it's not a plus for me. And also no beta alanine is a big deal for me. I will not take anything that has beta alanine in it and get that weird itchy sensation that a lot of you fucking lunatics out there somehow enjoy.
Just so you know, Gorilla Mode doesn't have that.
Yes.
Even stem. Yeah.
Oh, I never tried the stem one. Interesting. I didn't know that. Well, good for Derek because that shit sucks. Makes you itchy, makes you uncomfortable. So try out his pre-workout and his protein and weight loss supplements, dream supplements, everything. Code PKA or code Jizz, and also code PKA10 for any of our merchandise. So if you want a sweater, a mug, stickers, t-shirts, hoodie, whatever you want, use code PKA10, get 10% off.
Cool.
And back to the show.
Dude, so while we're recording this, the Game of the Year show mention thing is happening. And ELden Ring just announced a surprise game for 2025. I'm sorry, FromSoft, who makes ELden Ring, announced ELden Ring Night Rain. I only know ELden Ring. I don't know all the lore and the rest of the Souls game, but the ELden Ring community is going bonkers. This is a surprise drop. They didn't know it was coming. It was just announced, and it's next year. So
Nice.
I'm super psyched. I can't wait.
I think I'm going to get into Stalker 2 very soon. I keep getting fed videos of it. I'm actually like toward the end of a Fallout 4 playthrough. I've probably beaten Fallout 4 like half a dozen times, but playing through it again, it's been a while. And Stalker 2 looks so good. I heard it's really, really demanding. I may actually need to get a new GPU soon. Is the 50 series soon?
Soon, yeah. Aren't you on the 4080?
Yeah, but people are saying that like...
Dude, we're set for so long.
No.
4080 and 4090, we can play whatever.
It's what I was saying a while back. Like,
okay,
game studios don't optimize to hardware anymore because they don't have to because the hardware got so strong. So like they, even with the 4090 and 64 gigs of DDR5 or whatever the fuck, and the best I don't think the Intel's the fastest processor right now. I think the what you call
AMD
it is
something rather.
But even with that, like people are having issues running Stalker, I think at high frames and stuff. I think it's a super demanding, very poorly optimized game. Maybe I should wait a while. I think it's also one of those games that's full of bugs, and right now I saw a video where they were like, just pretend like the bugs are anomalies, because anomalies are like the reality bending aspects in the game, like weird specters and spooks and anti-gravity wells and black holes and shit like that. It looks really good though, and I guess it's a Ukrainian developer, which Taylor, I stand with Ukraine.
I'll stand with them if the game's good.
Will you? Is that what is that what would do it?
Well, not stand with supporting their silly war.
Oh, well, god damn it, Taylor.
But I'll support that game developer if it's a fun game.
It's really Russia's silly
And that
war.
sucks. I wish him the best over there. Wish him the best. Prayers up, Ukraine. But money gone.
Prayers out of you. Don't be cheap, Taylor.
I'll fire a few prayers over there. Rapid fire. Some long range ballistic prayers straight over to Ukraine. But
I bet Donald Trump finds in his heart to get behind Ukraine. He could appreciate a scrappy underdog.
That is wish casting. He's been very clear.
That is not going to happen.
Yeah,
he's going back on his lowering grocery prices thing now.
Oh, those people over at Time, and you leftists latching on to a quick story. I see how you are. All he said was, it's kind of hard to make the prices go back down. Like, what do you mean make the prices go back down? I never promised every week for the last 3 years I'd make the prices go back down. I said I'd make inflation go back down, and clearly you misheard me 8,000 times. Well, sir, it says right here the prices will go down. And
there's video of you saying it. It's a lookalike.
You have a giant finger pointing down, sir.
I don't know. Looks like a deep fake.
And your other hand is a turkey.
Could be a huge deep fake.
No, yeah. Well, I mean, and that is kind of common sense too. That like once inflation has happened, like you can get inflation under control, but like can't go back. Like the genie's out of the box. That's why you watch a Western sometimes, and somebody pulls out a $20 gold piece, and everybody loses their fucking mind. Like $20 was a lot of money, you know. Like, and it's never going to be again.
Yeah, that is cool.
And I know theoretically you don't even want deflation. Deflation destroys your economy because it incentivizes people not to spend money knowing that it'll be cheaper next week. And so they don't. And then it does get cheaper. And then you get this deflationary spiral, which destroys things. So intellectually, I know that you don't even want prices to go down. But I still can't help but hear this guy who promised prices would go down his entire campaign renege on it. Renege or renege?
What does that make him?
Renege on it,
my friend.
Yeah. He reneges on it before he even takes office. It's like,
yeah, it's easier to make wages go up.
Not telling the truth
than prices go down.
Well, no one hates a renege.
Actually, I'm pretty sure a lot of fellers in the South do.
I think he'll. I don't think he'll renege. I think that he'll do his best.
You can't even say it.
I think he'll do his best to not renege and be a person who reneges.
It's renege, right?
It's an E. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard it, dude. We've had this conversation before, and we went so far as to do that thing where you get Google to say the word for you, and she's like, renege, and then it's like, yeah, I'm right.
Literally, I think both pronunciations are like people know what you're saying, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
But it's spelled with an E.
But
I'm on vocabulary.com, and to me, she clearly says renege. I don't know. I thought I said it wrong. I thought I said a really bad thing.
No. Jump on board with us. I think he's going to try to do some price control things. I hope they do some like weird, we've never seen this sort of thing before, price control things. One of the things that I thought was interesting is you hear RFK talk about the dyes and various ingredients that our products and services have that our products have that they don't have in Europe and Canada, for example. And suddenly it's become like a Democratic talking point to be like, what's the problem with dyes? Y'all don't like Red 5? And literally, I swear to God, I wish the FDA this week goes, you know what? Red 5 does look kind of shitty, but we're taking the Red 5 out. And it's like, are you serious? Like you've been sitting on Red. I don't think you'd be taking Red 5 out if Donald Trump had won the presidency. And that's worrying to me because your job is taking Red 5 out of things. Like that's your whole fucking job.
Yeah.
And I don't think you'd have done it if the guy who's going to sick that crazed Kennedy with the brain worm on you didn't win.
Their job is to manage studies funded by the companies that
ignore
make those products
and ignore the ones that go against their ideology.
Yeah. That's not supposed to be their job. So
it is their job, though.
Yeah, I'm not up to date on this story, but if that's all true, that's terrible. And I don't like the Democrats for what they're doing and saying.
I think it's Red 5.
It's such a losing thing. Like, why?
Oh yeah.
Why do you need to? Because I've seen what Kyle's talking about, where someone's like, "Hey, maybe all these artificial dyes and like using heavily processed, oil instead of like animal fats. Like maybe this would be a better move." And then like almost instinctively, a lot of people on the left are like, I'm going to go buy 10 Mountain Dew Code Reds and drink a whole bottle of Crisco. And it's like, well, maybe pick a better fight.
All right, hang on.
Because
Go
everyone
back.
should be allied on the food being good.
Yeah, I didn't know we'd lose Code Red. Are you serious? 'Cause,
What else is making it Code Red?
dude, have you ever had a Code Red? Let me just say this. I don't drink a lot of
I'm not
full
a fan.
sugar soda. Like every now and then I'll get one of those cherry things that Woody's so partial to. I like
What'd you
those
call
too.
it? Cold fingers soda? I didn't hear your word.
Full sugar
Red.
soda.
Cold, full sugar. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. But Mountain Dew Code Red. I had a coworker when I sold cars, Ken Burton. Coincidence, the name. Ken drank those things every day. Like multiple. It's all he. It was his sole source of hydration. Was Mountain Dew Code Red.
Was he
And
fat?
yeah, but not obese. Yeah, he was obese. But he could
Okay.
sell a car.
He was fat, but not the kind of fat you rarely see.
He was Kevin James fat. He could get himself a
Okay.
Burt. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Wait, get
this-
himself what?
A Burt. Remember Burt's one of his
Oh
celebrity crushes was
yes.
Kevin
I'm
James.
sorry. Yeah, there.
Yeah, but anyway, Mountain Dew Code Red's a delicious fucking soda. It's cherry Mountain Dew. It's delicious.
It does sound good.
Yeah, they're getting rid of Red 3. Apparently, brand new post-election information says it's caused cancer. Definitely not something they've been sitting on like Johnson & Johnson putting
Leave it to
arsenic
Taylor
in
to be
baby powder.
anti-cancer.
All right, let's talk
Just
about
anti-cancer. Yeah, remember, was it Johnson & Johnson that made the baby powder for like 65 years that had trace amounts, like a damaging amount of arsenic in it, and
asbestos.
asbestos? They just didn't give a fuck because
Ladies had been
J&J
sprinkling their
funds
pussies
them.
with asbestos for generations, giving themselves cervical cancer, and and we didn't find out about it until like 5 years ago or something, because the talcum,
And babies.
I think it's the talcum, or the talc rather, that they make the talcum powder out of. That's in the baby powder. Comes from, I think talc is like a soft mineral, like a soft stone that you mine from the ground, like chalk. And I think alongside it, asbestos coexists because it's also a mineral.
And they didn't have an easy way to remove the asbestos from the talc, I guess.
Who knows? Or maybe it's like they delve too deeply, like those greedy dwarves, into the asbestos-rich talc deposits or something like that. But anyway, it gave women cancer for generations, and they didn't find about anyone.
Really, it would be
talk
like,
about it on themselves.
oh shit! Here at J&J, we have a real conversation with the board. We found a lot of asbestos. Oh, fuck. Who's the head of the FDA right now? Oh, it's Jared. Oh, he's another guy in the revolving door of high-level board positions between these firms and the government regulatory agencies. Oh, never mind. Who cares? Doesn't matter. Jared's not going to hammer us. Well, but who's up? But who's up after Jared? Oh, well, it'll be one of us. But who's up after that? One of our proteges. How long will this continue? Probably 70 years.
There was a huge class action lawsuit. A gigantic settlement was ordered, but then I think it may have been reduced later on and maybe partially paid out. There was some kerfuffle about whether the whole thing was going to get paid or whether it was going to reduce, because it was like hundreds of millions, maybe. It's been a few years ago now, but that's a perfect example of why you need some regulation. I remember there's that clip. I think they're at the Libertarian National Convention, and they're trying to pick a candidate for their party, one who can actually make a dent. And this one guy's like, they asked, what about driver's licenses? And he's like, well, I think there should be some qualification before you operate a motor vehicle. And you just hear, boo! And the guy's just like, all right, be sixth again, assholes. Be so far behind Jill Stein, nobody even bothers to count.
Get owned again. There is no one who's a bigger fan of the Libertarian Party than their political opponents.
Yeah, I like libertarian ideals, but in principle, every now and then we got to make some exceptions here. Like we should have driver's license before we drive down the fucking road.
Think it through. Like you probably would have a hard time naming just one wildly successful libertarian civilization because there's so many historically to look at. Right?
I mean, the Mongols.
To a libertarian talk about the EPA, right? He's like, we get rid of it. And they're like, well, won't coal companies just dump soot, cancer-causing soot, all over the communities nearby? He's like, no, because those communities would sue them, and that would prevent it from happening. That's the libertarian thought process. And I'm like, what? You want me to sue Duke Energy? Woody? like against Duke Energy, this is your plan.
Yeah.
I need the government on my side. And that's the kind of thing where it falls apart. How do roads work? Oh, they're all toll roads, I guess.
Yeah. No, you're totally right. Like the idea that it should be on, like there should be no safeguard for communities at all is like what they should be battling is like ridiculous oversight where it's like, hey, the EPA is like basically charging a weird racket here and asking us to fund $20 million studies before they approve us to put this pipe in the middle of the wilderness, you know, and we gave them the environmental studies, but then they said, oh no, those aren't from our favorite institution. Give it to one of our associate institutions to do that stuff. Like, get rid of silly nonsense, but you do need an organization that's, or at least, you know, a role in an organization that's like, don't pollute the rivers. Like, we don't want to turn into Bangladesh or India.
Did you see Donald Trump speaking today at the stock exchange?
I did not. Election already happened. I don't have to pay attention.
I just saw still pictures.
So he won Time Person of the Year for the second time, only president to win it twice. And he was sort of gloating over that a bit, having a good time with it. Okay. And the other potentials would be a fun guessing game for you to try to think who the other. I can think of two of them. I can't think of the third. I didn't know their name.
Wait, of presidents?
No. Of people up for Person of the Year this year. Oh, well, there may have been. I know that Kamala was considered, and also
Musk,
Elon,
and Musk, and Joe Rogan.
Yes, I remember those. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Harris, Joe Rogan,
and
Elon,
Trump obviously won out. But he was talking about regulation, and I don't know the specifics of it, and I don't think he does either. But he was saying something about if you're bringing $1 billion to invest into the country, that they would just sort of. You know that video of the guy outside the stadium, and he's patting people down for weapons.
Yeah,
just doing it like a Jedi.
It. Yeah,
like he sort of intimated that that's how the regulation process would be for you if you were bringing $1 billion into the economy. And he made a little quick quip, a little joke. He's like, "What do we think for a new nuclear reactor? A week enough time to figure it out? Yeah, don't misquote me. Don't say that.
Yeah, I see what he's going for there. I just wish there was some in between that made sense, right? Like Google Fiber. Do you guys remember everyone was so excited about Google Fiber?
Yes.
Going to replace all Comcast and Time Warner and stuff. It kind of didn't. And it's because it is practically illegal to install cables everywhere throughout the city. And as hard as even a company like Google tried, the regulations were the things that stopped them so hard. Elon Musk wants to do like tunnels and shit like that. And he's like, it's practically illegal to do infrastructure projects in America. Now, I imagine Elon doesn't have a lot of patience for like infrastructure projects. It's not his strength. But I also think he's onto something. So if they do, I'm sorry, I'll wrap it up real quick. If they do push aside some of that challenge, I'm for it. But I don't know that we need to push aside all of the challenge and have new nuclear plants popping up in a week.
I do. I want lots of nuclear plants. I want them on the horizon everywhere you look in this country.
The most expensive form of energy.
Out there in cornfield land, because the regulation
so regulated out of like being doable.
Yeah, we got the magic.
Maybe you trust energy companies more than I do. I mean, here in my area, Duke Energy polluted people and gave them cancer. Like, that's not a theoretical thing.
Yeah, and that's why you do need oversight. But like once it's up and running,
sulfur ash in the water system.
Ooh,
nuclear. Once it's up and running, nuclear is by far the most sustainable form of energy with the lowest pollutants. Like once it's the reason that it's more expensive than solar is because there's a zillion subsidies for solar farms and energy, and nuclear is pushed to the side. My little pet conspiracy is that these organizations make a lot more money with boondoggles like wind than they would by solving the issue permanently with nuclear. Like, it's the same reason, like if you find a company that makes money by servicing homeless people, they don't want a solution to homelessness. Their business is done. The people making wind farms in Kansas are terrified of nuclear being easily available to people because no one's going to take this bullshit eyesore energy that is inconsistent over nuclear. Like, it is so clearly the future. Like, it's nuclear power. We figured it out, boys. We've done it. We did it. We did something that would be wizardry to anyone before 100 years ago, and we don't take advantage of it.
Fusion is what they need to figure out. If they ever figure out fusion energy, then we've got safe, infinite energy It's always 40 years away or whatever they say. That's sort of the joke, that it's just never going to happen and never going to work the way
There'll
they
be a
want it to work.
Chernobyl from time to time, but can you imagine if let's say we're all cavemen. Kyle discovers fire. He accidentally burns he and his family to death in his cave. Do we go, "Oh, Woody, we must avoid danger fire forever. It is too strong"? Or do we
It's actually
go,
a powerful argument. Like it sounds funny and simple, but like, yeah, I mean, I hear you. I just feel like we're all unqualified to choose which. I don't know why
that's absolutely
this particular thing where we're unqualified, I draw objection to, but we're perfectly qualified for every other subject. But yeah, there's something about wind and solar that seems so simple to me. Like it literally is just energy pushing around, tidal energy. Like the tidal is very clean and very predictable. And I don't know why that's not better.
I agree. The title thing it's never made sense to me. Even the idea of just a buoy that goes up and down with the tide, just that one pull, like has to create some free energy. Like isn't it just a float tied to a thing and you lift it and we make a little electricity?
Exactly. And there's even a better one. Like say you have an island and behind it is a bay. Well, the ocean rises up. So all that, like, I'm making up numbers, billions of gallons, a trillion gallons, I don't know, is rushing from the ocean to the bay. And then 6 hours later, it rushes in the other direction. And it does this 4 times a day, always and forever, unlimited. It will never stop. And I'm like, why is this not a better? I understand
the moon
mechanical things in the salt water are, kind of hard to maintain. But I'm like, this is a very predictable thing. And water pushing stuff around is very powerful. Why is this not part of, and people live by the water a lot. Now I know Taylor doesn't, but I mean, actually Taylor does. He's in this by the freaking river.
Yeah, that's right.
But a lot of people on this planet live not far from water, and it just seems like something that has more potential than we're talking about.
Hydroelectric is so cool. The dams. I like.
Oh,
that.
I mean, we've got Hartwell Dam here. That's really cool.
It is cool.
I've walked around it and driven around it a bunch of times, and you can go fishing down at the outlet or whatever where it comes out at the end.
I should take you flying over it. Get a tandem wing up there.
I'm surprised they don't shoot you down over that. We got a bogey over here flying over the dam, dogs. Yeah, hydroelectric's great too, but I'm with you when we've got those magical rocks that just make energy. There's evidence that in the past there was a naturally occurring nuclear reactor, essentially because of the nuclear material, the fissile material just under the ground was stacked together in such a way to create a nuclear reaction.
Where?
I don't remember where.
Oh, like people utilized it, or they're just theorizing that this was. Oh,
no, it's a thing that happened inside the ground.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I want someone to find like a secret civilization.
The Silurians.
That would be the coolest thing of all time.
Yeah, the Silurians. I think the Silurian hypothesis, I suppose, is that maybe some of the dinosaurs lived and became intelligent and maybe either went underground under the sea or left the planet.
Oh, I was thinking more like human societies that have been lost to like cataclysm or something.
Maybe Antarctica is really interesting for that because Antarctica
could be. We don't know.
Used to be not frozen and not at the bottom of the planet, and it's a gigantic continent. Like I was talking about this the other day, how big it is. It's like the size of all of North America, almost like all of Mexico plus the Gulf of Mexico and the United States and most of Canada is how big Antarctica is, and it's covered with 3 kilometers of ice. There's a lake under 3 kilometers of ice in Antarctica called Lake Vostok that the Russians discovered. And they drilled a fucking hole down 3 kilometers to the bottom of this thing. And they took water samples of what was down there. And they were so goddamn incompetent, they contaminated the water samples with like kerosene on the drill bit. And it had like bacteria that's normally occurring bacteria. But they found this one kind of bacteria they'd never seen before. And then they never talked about it again.
And so we obviously have gone up there and drilled an even better
not
hole
into that
we're
one.
Better than Russia.
Not into that one, but I think the Norwegians or somebody drilled a hole into this other Antarctic lake that's 1 kilometer of ice above it. And when they sent the camera down there, it was writhing with life. They were so it looked like an aquarium. there were so many fish like gathering by the hole they had.
No
they had
way.
built. Yeah,
Life without sunlight is interesting.
it's been cut off from the rest of evolution.
Would it be supported
for
by like geothermal
millions
heat?
of years?
I think so. That's what happens in the really deep ocean.
Yeah.
Oftentimes it's like it'll be in those pockets in particular under Antarctica. Sometimes it's super high salinity, so it can't freeze, and it's under so much pressure it can't freeze. And also hydrothermal. I'm sure that's going on too. They also found a crater down there under Antarctica that they can see with some kind of LiDAR technology or some shit, some sort of radio imaging, and it's multiple times bigger than the Chicxulub impact that took out the dinosaurs. Like there's a gigantic crater down there. But it must have happened, when Antarctica was on the other side of the planet, millions and millions of years ago.
Yeah. But humans wouldn't have even been around to be making a cool civilization then. Like maybe they find some ancient hominids or something, like maybe stone tools, but nothing really that cool.
Like the people, I think humans like us have been around for like 250,000 or 300,000 years, but like things like us have only been around for like 1,000,000 years. Like some smart bipedal ape folks. I don't know. Homo habilis is one of them. I think that means handyman in Latin or something like that because they found his tools.
Homo erectus and Homo habilis. Those were the two.
It blows me away how much progress we've made recently. Right?
Yeah.
So like Kyle said, I'll take it as fact. Humans like us, right? The hardware have been around for 250,000 years. And it seems like we've gone 249,000 years making barely any progress technologically at all. And then in the last 1,000 years, from 1,000 to 2,000, all of it happened. The year 1,000, what do we have? Like banging metals with hammers? That's as far as we made it.
Yeah. We had in the year 1,000, we had taken a step back. It took 1,000 years for the rest of the world to catch up to where prime Rome was a millennia prior. After Rome fell, it was all right, well, how did they make these concrete structures so strong? And they're like, damn, well, we didn't write that down. Nobody wrote that down.
I'm asking, not accusing, just to set the tone, right? Is it possible that is kind of a Western lens we're looking through and that places like China or Japan didn't have the same dark ages? I don't know.
I think that we've taken multiple steps backwards across various cultures through time, and I'm really drawn to that idea of an ancient, advanced civilization because I want them to have I want the stories from lore, from the Bible, and from maybe even from Greek mythology to have that little grain, that little kernel of truth to them. I saw some crackpot on Rogan talking about the Ark of the Covenant maybe possessing some sort of nuclear or otherwise high-tech element to it, because there's a story of the Philistines opened the Ark of the Covenant and the entire city was beset by boils and they died from cancerous tumors, 50,000 of them. And he's like, oh, you see, it was radiation. It's like, I don't know. I think they just made this shit up. But I would love it if it was. If the Ark of the Covenant was a small plutonium reactor that dated back to the civilization 10,000 years before it that had figured that shit out, or maybe 100,000 years before it that had figured it out, because the way plate tectonics work and the erosion and everything on this planet, if we just Twilight Zone disappeared, all the people disappeared and all of our gadgets and everything stayed behind, it'd be gone in a few million years. It would all erode away. There'd be some plastic junk and there'd be some concrete somewhere, but the rest of it would go away. There's that whole project, and the point of it is to design a warning sign for nuclear material that will still be dangerous, say 100,000 years from now. How do we make a sign? Yeah, but maybe
what's better than that?
Well, they spent a lot of money trying to figure out what was better than that. Zach could probably find the pictures that won. It looks like thorns to me. And the project was not only to design warning signs, but also maybe to design the facility that it was stored at to make it look like a place you don't want to go.
Yeah.
The words in English written there are really interesting. What lies beyond here is waste. It holds no value to us. It is poisonous and dangerous. It kills and destroys. It has no value to you or to any who would venture further. Go forward at your own risk. It's something like that, like what the English words are. You know, every language
Sounds like a quest.
right? I mean,
Yeah.
Is
How
this
much
the
money
new
did they
Elden Ring?
spend? Because I would have slapped a frowny face on there. Just boom. Everyone knows immediately.
But the Mugwai people of Papua New Guinea, they smile when they frown when they're happy.
Oh, true. Well, once they invent boats and get off Papua New Guinea, we can cross that bridge. But I don't think they're going to be the ones exploring northern
The
Russia.
Magumbo people could stumble upon this radiation in
The
100,000
people,
years, and I
Sentinel
promise
Island
you,
people.
they won't have advanced very far in 100,000 years. Surprise, surprise. So they will not know that this is radioactive.
They seem to be set where they're at.
Dude, they so do. I wonder what that is. What's the commonality with those groups who are set where they're at?
I have
Isolation.
Yeah. Yeah, isolation. Except I would say there's a difference between chosen non-interventionism and isolation by virtue of the fact that you literally have no capacity to leave.
I suppose so.
Yeah,
But
I do
I think
too.
it's wrong to I think it's wrong to go fuck with those people if that's what you're getting at. I think we should leave them alone.
Oh no, just let them do their thing on their island. Like throw, if anything, like let's try and give them a little fun once in a while. Like drop
think we
like,
should
a couple
fuck
of
with
breeding
them.
sows in there. Give them some pigs. Like
that would
they'd have a
be
fun time
really
with
nice,
that.
actually.
Yeah, just do something nice for them.
But then, like hoof and mouth disease is now introduced to the island. All of their livestock dies out immediately.
If that happens, we did our best.
Look, that's what happens when Whitey tries to do right by people. We come in there with some goats and some chickens and be like, "Here you go." Immediately, they get avian fucking bird flu or something, and all of them be wiped out and dead. Just
Well,
leave
it's
them
better
alone.
than if the Chinese show up. They'd have them fucking building infrastructure.
You know where the
I
world's
don't like
smartest.
them. I'm happy if they have
I know
bad
you
time.
don't like the
I
Sentinels.
don't like them. I don't like the Sentinels at all. I think they should be a little more welcoming, a little more hospitable. The fact that every time someone goes there trying to do nice things, they give them gift after gift after gift. And the moment they get the opportunity to murder the hand that's feeding them, gifting them whatever, they take it. I've had enough.
Yeah.
I've tried to be your friend as a member of modern society. At this point, I think we should go to war. I think we should. Oh, do you like war? This is America. We fucking love war. Let's go.
Yeah.
And see how that rolls.
They're on an island off the coast of India. They're not bothering America.
Yeah.
I think you're talking about the 51st
Sit-
state, right?
I'm talking
Yeah.
about the Sentinelese Islanders, and we don't want another.
Yeah.
And they're
welfare-
bothering as much.
We don't need another welfare island. Thank you very much. We've got Puerto Rico.
They are bothering me right now. Let's do something
let me know why
about
we
it.
should leave them alone.
True.
I don't like the idea of like intervening in their shit because I think they're living the best life that there is. You know, do you? I think his
No,
name's
you're
Christopher-
fetishizing primitivism. We need to drop
Christopher-
scary animals on
You're
their island.
fetishizing.
Do
If
you
they were
know-
living a better life, they'd be psyched about the new Elden Ring game like I am.
They would too. They'd love it. They'd
Do you
put
know
pants
who-
on.
Do you know who Christopher Langan is?
Yes,
Christopher
he's
Langan,
I'll let Woody guess first because I do know.
He's a Missouri resident.
Sopranos character.
He's a Missouri
No.
resident.
He is a Missouri resident, and
Yeah.
he happens
He's
to be
the bouncer with
world's-
the highest recorded IQ ever. He would put Burt to shame, right? Isn't that Christopher Langan?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay.
He has the world record for the highest IQ. He's the smartest man in the world. He is a farmer in Missouri, living his best life. That's what he has chosen to do. So I just think that the Sentinelese Islanders are living their best life, living in the jungle, fucking dicks hanging out, spears and shit.
See, Kyle says he supports them. Yet when I tried to Sim City in Civilizations 5, he didn't support me at all.
Wow.
Instead, he came in there like I would to Sentinel and killed my fucking
Dude, you had been in the
settlers.
Stone Age for millennia.
That's not true.
It was a mercy kill.
I had a glorious undefended.
You people didn't even have religion yet. That
we
happens
didn't
on turn
waste our
12.
resources on armies that defend us because we were worried on hospitals and universities, and Kyle came in there and took them.
If people were worshiping the sun.
If we were gonna fuck with the Sentinelese, like if we drop like 3 elephants on the island,
Okay.
do you think they win or they lose that fight?
They lose that fight.
Oh, I thought we were gifting them white elephants as a problem.
Oh, you know, we're putting
Like-
elephants on there, and the elephants will go,
lose.
"I'm not familiar with this. I'm panicking," and they'd run around and knock trees over, and so then the Sentinelese would have to band together, kind of
They
like their own
totally
little
win.
Avengers.
I think
and-
if they fuck with those elephants, the elephants would kill them. But I think most likely the elephants would starve to death in like, I don't know, a couple weeks or something like that.
No, but the Sentinelese would show up immediately on the beach and start harassing the elephants.
They'd lose, and then they'd go up in the highlands like they
You
always.
think they'd lose? They have range weapons.
I thought they were like stone weapons.
They have no
metal
way
from
to
the
kill an
ships
African
that crashed
fucking
off.
elephant. I've seen every now and then an
They're
African
pretty
elephant
big.
goes crazy and like massacres a town, and they shoot that thing like 30 fucking times with guns before it dies. like the Sentinelese Islanders have bows that they made.
Yeah, I think if you like stabbed it with like an
You're probably
8-inch
right.
long knife, you'd
It'd make it
almost
so
get through
mad.
the epidermis. Like
You would
it's
make that elephant so mad if
It
you
can't
actually
be. Their
do hit a
skin
tender
can't be
spot.
that thick.
it's or maybe like the fat too, not just the skin, but it's like it takes an enormous amount to kill an
They're
elephant.
tough as nails. It's
Asian
hard.
elephants in India like destroy whole towns sometimes. And I've heard before, I don't know if this is true, but I think the Asian elephants are more aggressive, but they're not as large as the African elephants, or maybe they're equally aggressive. I don't know.
You know,
Either way, an
it's a
elephant is a
project to
problem.
use an Asiatic elephant's womb to gestate a woolly mammoth using the genetic data they
Cool
have.
project. Get Elon on that.
They're working on that, and they're working on bringing the Tasmanian tiger back. They have like a lot of its genome completed, and once they're finished, I think that they just like inject that code into like, I don't know, a leopard or something similar ish. But they had DNA from like a tooth of a Tasmanian tiger and something else. That would be a cool ass animal to bring back because they looked ridiculous.
That
And
would be
like
sick.
you could introduce them back into the wild because, you know, they're not an invasive
Yeah.
species. They belong there.
To put a bow on this, though, totally Team Woody. Fuck the Sentinelese. They're all,
Thank you.
oh, we want to be fucking dumbasses on our little island. Go away. And
Mhm,
it's like,
mhm.
bitch, you don't realize you're not scaring anyone away.
Yes.
Like,
This planet is a competitive nation. It's a competitive place, and you're not competitive, so you're gonna lose.
Yep.
Would you show them Star Wars? Would you just like throw up like one of those 1080p projectors that you like cast on your room wall that costs $30? Like just throw it up on a cave wall or a tarp or something and show them Star Wars. Like just show them that, or Apollo 13 or something. Like
I'd show
something to
them
really
Lord of
blow
the
their minds.
Rings.
Well, they just believe all that was real.
Of course they would.
oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
What if they were like,
It's
yeah, we've seen that
worshiping
guy before?
Gandalf.
What if they said they knew Gandalf and they'd seen him in the old times? What if they said that's Raruku, the Gray Wizard?
I'd know they were lying about yet another thing.
Just murder them again. Dude, I brought a topic. I thought it was interesting. It's from Reddit today or 2 days ago. Are you ready for this?
Yes.
Fire away.
Everyone disappears for 10 years. If you survive, you get 100 million, but there's a catch. You begin exactly where you are right now reading this or listening. All humans disappear, but animals and other species are unaffected. Things like cars, nuclear power plants, water supplies, etc., will not continue to function as if people are still manning them. For example, a car won't suddenly stop working, but it'll, stop working over time because of
right.
age. All right. Food will spoil at a normal rate. After
Okay.
each year, you can bring one person you know from your normal life to come join you. This person will also know you. However, they receive 10% less of the 100 million for each year that passes. You get this, right? They get 90 million if they come after you.
Okay.
You cannot ask the person in advance if they agree to this, and you're not required to bring anyone, but you can choose one person or none at all, and when you bring them in. Cool. If you die, you die. The same applies to the person you bring in. After 10 years has passed, you and the world will return to the normal state it was before accepting the challenge, and any aging that occurred during that 10 years will be reversed, but the injuries will remain. Ooh. You and anyone you brought with you will fully remember the events of the 10 years, but no one else ever will.
Mm.
Would you do it?
Why wouldn't you do it? I don't understand
Yeah,
what the danger.
seems easy.
You
I think
sort of
it's kind of
part
hard
of-
to survive 10 years without the society.
not at all. Not at
Yeah,
all.
I mean, you just go to one local Walmart
You're
and
done.
you have enough food for your first 2 years.
Not even that. It for the whole 10 years. But first, canned
Mhm.
food doesn't go bad. Like canned food doesn't have an expiration date. Like you can eat 100 years. You're good with those green beans. So food's not an issue.
Mhm.
Canned food doesn't go bad.
Canned food doesn't go bad.
It has expiration dates because of regulations, but like Spam will say best before like 12 years after the manufacture date, but you can open a can of Spam 80 years from now, and as long as it's not perforated or like bulging because of rot inside, it's totally fine.
And on top of that, like, look, maybe I haven't skinned a deer since I was a kid, but I've figured out real quick. And I don't have to resort to deer. I can go. I'll drive to the wholesale cattle lot and pick out an Angus beef calf that's like 400 pounds, and
But that won't be a 10-year plan. Those things are going to die off.
But they make more. They're cows. They just infinitely.
Will cows survive infinitely on the farm and be there for you to?
They won't stay on the farm. They'll start grazing way the fuck around, but they'll live. Yeah.
And they'd be incredible in population. Like there'd be so much.
This is just different than I thought. Like I think the meat chickens wouldn't become competitive in the wild and continue to thrive.
No, they'd die.
Right. No, but you think the cows would?
Yes, 100%. They don't have any natural predators in most of the places where large cattle operations are set up, and so they just wander and travel.
Some of them would starve in the winter. Some of them would, but they're really hardy, and it
makes sense.
And
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
My dad always kept cows. At one time he had maybe 600, and at the lowest he had like 100 or something like that. And the more you have, the more you have to feed them because there won't be enough winter grasses on your land to keep them going. So we'd feed 100 head of cattle like 2 hay bales a day. And I just feel like you could do that. You could just be a farmer, if you wanted to in this new world. I mean, it's not hard.
You could be the lowest.
Don't get me wrong. If you wanted to be a corn farmer and you're raising like acreage and it matters to you how many bushels per acre you get, that's hard.
Yeah.
You better go to school. You go to school for that? You better, it's not a joke. But if we're just subsistence farming, my God, like canning food and like living off of like a few domesticated animals like goats or cows, like I would.
The reverse aging thing is a big deal to me. So the first time I read it too quickly, and I was like, "Well, this makes no sense for me. I'm going to go from 51 to 61, and then I'll come out of that. I've got 15 years left to enjoy my 100 million. Why would I burn 10 of those 25 remaining years earning money for the worst 15? Like, I'll have some money in my 60s. And what does money even get you in your 70s?
Yeah.
It's wasted.
Medical care.
Pussy.
Exactly. So I was like, this is a loss. But now knowing that I can come back. And then I started wondering who I would bring. Like, my first thought was Jackie, right? I'll bring in Jackie. And then it was like, she would be good for my mental health, but a liability for the rest of my survival skills, right? And I'm
bringing Bear Grylls. All right, he's gonna love it. He's gonna love every minute of it.
Les Stroud.
All right, bring Les Stroud. Either one, pick one. I mean, Bear Grylls was an SAS. He climbed Mount Everest.
You don't need a survival guy though. You can just be living like a champ in some. No, yeah, but I'm saying. Well, first of all, your initial plan with all the food stuff.
Bear Grylls.
Yeah, celebrity Bear Grylls for my buddy. God damn it, me and Les Stroud have nothing in common. He's mad at me because I brought him there. Like you're 100% right about the food thing. Food would be the absolute easiest thing to come by. You could, like being in the Midwest, I could just get in a car, drive out west, find a cattle ranch, and then just combine the easiest part of hunting with the easiest part of farming. And then just do that. All right, I shot this cow in the head, and then this freezer still works, or I can just, save it or dry it. But then the company is the hardest part. The mental aspect of it is infinitely harder than the physical, because with all the resources we have at our disposal, it's not going to be a Bear Grylls style survival experience. You're going to have a ton of downtime. You're going to be set up in a mansion somewhere or just a normal house near a food source, and you'll intermittently. Yeah, you need someone to play games with, to do puzzles with. This is an easier question if you're gay, because you can fuck the person and play games with them.
Yeah,
but I think I would. Yeah, there you go. I think I would need I'd need to bring in 2 people, like a girlfriend, and then. But if I brought a girlfriend and a friend,
don't bring me into your personal hell.
I wouldn't bring you. No, I'd bring you.
Oh.
And then you'd go, "Why have you done this?" And I'd be like, "Dude, come on, we're hunting cows together again."
No, I think I get 10 million if you bring me in, right?
Oh,
you
really?
Get 10 million per year.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'd bring my friends in every year and just hook them up. Yeah.
It seems like waiting a year to figure out who you should bring makes some sense. Get your feet underneath you, figure out what problem this other person is meant to solve. If it's hard to
I'd push that
survive,
button if there were no money.
if it's hard to survive, you bring in like Bear Grylls or whatever. If it's easy to survive, you bring in your girl.
Yeah, and if all my buddies, if everybody I bring in is getting 10 mil, I'm just like bringing in brothers, family members, friends.
I think you said you could bring one person.
What if you see?
Oh, I thought you meant
what if you
one
see how
per year.
she's going to age in the next 10 years, and then you get to come back and pull the plug?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That's a little darker scenario.
You like that?
That works
Yeah.
both ways.
That's the way to use Woody's little magic genie for evil.
Yeah, the end of this movie would be like you on a table in a coma, like just like imagining all of this.
10 years later, you're like, babe, you got fat, and I can do better now that I'm 100 millionaire.
And
Yes.
like, it's not just
How did you get fat on our
You got
diet? And he's like, it was nothing but beef.
You got bitch, you got apocalypse fat. All right, I don't want to hear it. That's I can't do it. No, but yeah, living would be super duper easy.
Oh, yeah.
There's just so much meat and so many animals in the South. Like,
So much water.
Because
Everywhere,
everyone
really.
dies. Like I heard apocalypse and I thought, ooh, dangerous food runs to the Walmart, right? You know, like there's other people who want that Walmart food, but not in this scenario. In Walking Dead, scavenging is dangerous.
Mhm.
In this scenario, what are you
Fun.
worried about? Camels that broke free of the zoo? You're
yeah,
fine.
it's fun.
Mm.
Oh, speaking of that, we've talked about it many times. The 28 days later, 28 weeks later, the movies, 28 years later, coming out soon.
Oh.
The trailers for it is out. It looks scary as shit.
How does that work? Isn't a key part of that they were like waiting for them to rot?
Yeah, I think the deal is that the virus keeps flaring up over time, but I didn't watch the whole trailer because I don't like spoilers, but I did see that it seemed like they were part of a community that was living on an island, and they had like a long zigzag dirt walkway to get to the island. You know what I mean? Like one of those, almost like the internet devised the best anti-zombie scenario. You know what I mean? It's like, man, that's well thought out. I could defend that well. You know, they got to walk down this walkway and do zigzags in the water. And it looked like
this is a tower defense game. This is not hard.
Yeah, that's what zombies would turn into. So I'm kind of hyped for that because those are some of the better zombie movies, especially the first one.
I'm so hyped. I want to do what I did for Deadpool, which is to rewatch the first two in preparation.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Yeah, I haven't seen them in a long time. The first one's a little bit hard to watch, but it's that really shaky cam, and they use that digital. It's filmed on digital from like the 90s, from like 99 or something, and it doesn't look great on a modern TV.
Colin watches a lot of horror movies. Jackie does not, so he'd be my viewing partner, I bet.
Yeah,
or we could do a PKA viewing, maybe.
I'm down. There's a good horror movie just got added to the Flex. It's the Heretic. It's Hugh Grant, like the
romance guy, yeah,
good looking romance guy. All right, he's a little bit older now. He's maybe 60 or so, and the movie is two missionaries go to a house, and the guy is like overly welcoming, like, yeah, I'd love to hear about the Lord. Come on in. And then it like slowly gets creepy and sketchy, and he's not going to let them leave the house. I remember seeing the trailer for it like months ago and zeroing in. I was like, I got to watch that and put the request in, but it's out now. So I'm going to watch that soon.
Have you heard of Leave the World Behind? Have you seen it?
I don't think I've seen it.
Okay. It's really new. It's a Netflix release, and Julia Roberts is in it. Ethan Hawke. I don't know. I don't know actors like you.
I know the movie you're talking about. I haven't seen it though.
So I think the premise is a family goes on vacation, and I'm so shaky on this on purpose. I don't want to know too much about the movie, but the vacation maybe has an aspect to it where they're like out of touch from society. Maybe they're camping or at a beach or something. I don't know. Beach. Okay. And suddenly like contact to the world drops off too much. Like their cell phones stop working or TVs, and now they're trying to navigate a possible apocalypse in a low information environment. And that's like as much as I know or want to know. And I'm kind of...
Yeah, I think I saw like a little bit of the trailer, and it begins with the families on the beach, and the little girl notices that like the cruise ship in the water is still coming like right at them, like at the shore. And she's like, look at that, it's coming right at us. Like, yeah, I see that. That's funny. Like a few minutes later, it's still coming right at us. And like, yeah, whatever. And it's like, oh, that ship's gonna fucking hit the beach. It's like a big boat, and that's all I saw of it too. I think I stopped watching for the same reason. Trailers give so much of the like. If you watch a whole trailer now, you'll get to the end scene where the good guy fights the main bad guy, and you're like, oh, okay, so that's how it ends. Well, no need to watch now. I don't understand the modern trailers, although I do this a lot. I go through like really old 80s and 70s movies with my girlfriend. She'll be like, play the trailer. And I'm like, the trailer for Taxi Driver is not representative of the film Taxi Driver anymore. You know, it's like voiceover, like, he was a man pushed too far. On the dirty streets of New York, he drove his cab. And it's like, this looks cheesy and silly, but like the movie's great. So like trailers were bad then. They were awful in the 90s. I don't know if they've ever been good. Now they just give the whole goddamn movie away.
Sometimes they do that. I'd like someone to really like set up a premise of the movie without giving it away, and then let everyone know the trailer's safe to watch.
I agree with that. I wish that there were more like spoiler-free trailers. Marvel was really good about that. There's some book series. I'll notice that their subreddits are really good about that. I know when Game of Thrones was going down, I think maybe a book got released or something, and then suddenly there was this detachment between show viewers, old book readers, and new book readers, where everybody was in a different page on how caught up they were, and they were super careful to preserve people's spoiler free environment. So I always appreciate that, because it does ruin a movie for me if I know like a major plot point, or if I know what the monster is, or if I know that there is a monster, because there's lots of movies where, is she crazy or is there a monster? Like, is this all in her head, or is there actually a giant fucking ghoul under the bed, and you don't really know until the end?
Silo must be mostly out by now. Didn't it
5
come out
episodes.
Oh, how many do you know how many are expected? 10?
I think she said 8. I think they said 10. I think she said there were going to be 10 episodes, because my girlfriend's trying to convince me to start watching now. She's like, see, we can watch. She laid up some math where it made sense. I'm like, that doesn't, no.
2 a week, right?
I want it all to come out, and I want to watch it all in like 3 days, like tops. I want to binge the thing. So I'm waiting until the whole thing comes out. She's very upset about this because she likes the show a ton. I love the show. I think Silo is a great show. I am fascinated about the premise and the spoilers for Silo. But at the end of last season, the first season, she leaves the silo and goes above ground into the toxic, poisoned world above with her protective suit on. And she's going to start exploring up there to see what's going on.
What she finds and how she does seems a little unclear.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
I don't know what happens next. If you don't know what the show's about, it's a lot like Fallout, in that these people are living in an underground silo. But the interesting thing, and it kind of goes back to that little part of me that gets tickled by the idea of those ancient civilizations, like lost knowledge is a big thing that I'm interested in. The idea that if we could just, and it's a big thing in Warhammer 40K, they're always looking for these fragments of technology from a millennia ago or 10 millennia ago, because they used to know so much, and now they don't know how to use the technology they have. And so each little piece of that tech is so valuable to them to find. What were we just talking about before that?
Silo.
Silo is a little bit like that, where someone has deleted the records of the past, and now the truth of why they're in the silo, how long they've been there, and their own personal collective history as a group in the silo is all kind of fuzzy and a protected secret, and maybe a manipulated propaganda tool by the higher ups that have, like, one of the interesting things was the average person in the silo. That's not even saying enough. 99% of the people in the silo don't know what a camera is. They have no concept of that technology. So the 1% that does is in a very strong and powerful position because they know what cameras are. So they can hide a camera. And even if you did see it, you wouldn't know what you're looking at. You wouldn't have any concept of the power that it gave to the room full of people sitting in security, watching the goings on of the entire silo. Like stuff like that interested me. And there were like little pieces of tech that they had deemed to be like top secret. I can't remember the classification they give, but it's neat. But like little things like the Pez dispenser, they're like, what is this? That's from the long ago time, so we don't know what it is.
Yes.
And I'm watching and I'm it's candy. It's candy. Like I want to tell them so bad that
It's the worst candy available.
the worst candy you can imagine. So yeah, I'm psyched for season 2, but I'm gonna wait for the whole thing to come out because I don't like watching week to week with shows like that because every episode ends with dun dun dun. Like you find a new thing, there's a new question to ask, and I don't like being teased like that. I need to watch the whole thing. I'll probably watch it all in one sitting. I'll probably watch 10 hours of that shit in one day or something like that. I'm so into it.
I don't think I'll go back to Silo.
Boo!
Really? Silo didn't earn your season 2 watch?
No, I didn't finish season 1. I lost interest in it. Maybe I'll give it another go. If you guys are both loving it so much, maybe I just wasn't paying enough attention.
I think that chick's hot too. I think the girl's hot. I think the premise is amazing. I think they're spending a ton of money on that show. It looks like it costs $150 million to make 10 episodes of that shit. So I'm definitely down. Whenever a show has a good budget and it's on a good network like that, it's more easy for them to hook me because I believe in them. If there's some little show on like FX or something, although FX is a big network these days, it didn't used to be. I'm less likely to dive headlong into it, but Silo's good. From season 3,
because I was curious. Silo costs $300 million.
Woo!
According to Reddit, the world's most reliable source of information.
Well, Apple would release that information.
Million?
Like it's not a secret.
Here, I'll try to find another story.
I know that sounds crazy.
I watched enough of that show. 300 million? What is this, money laundering? What the fuck are they? 300 million. Most of it was inside.
Hang on, let me see what The Last of Us cost, because I bet it's similar.
It was like 3 rooms of set that 90% of it was in.
Taylor, there was a 144-story underground silo. You think that's cheap?
Yeah, we're taking a bath because we have a really weirdo director and producer who wanted the full silo.
He doesn't believe in CGI. Not a bit.
No, not at all. He wanted to use this to parlay his own silo into existence.
Yeah, well, there you go. I'm of the mind that when that much money goes into a project, I kind of want to see it, even if it's not exactly my cup of tea. $300 million is a ton of fucking money, but it seems like the AAA TV shows these days, like from HBO and Apple and Prime, they dig deep and they drop 150, 250 million. I bet the Fallout show was expensive. I looked it up. Last of Us was only 100 mil.
Forbes says 200 million, which somehow to me sounds like the same thing, even though 100 million is quite the gap, but it's a lot.
Yeah. I appreciate that because it's really nice to have movie quality television and still get 10 episodes. I think that's a nice medium ground. I missed the 24 episode seasons though. Like everybody always talks about, like every generation is like, in my day you walked 7 miles in the snow. Well, in my day, TV shows had 25 fucking episodes a year. And next year, on time, they started a new 25.
That's the one I like. Before streaming, there was a schedule. Like come fall, you had to have some good shows out. Come spring, you had to have your bangers. That was when sweeps happened, and that's when they'd look at your ratings. Now, willy-nilly, you just release shit whenever you feel like it.
Pretty much.
Release stuff when there's no good competitors going on right now.
Yeah, take 4 years between seasons and then be like, we're canceling after season 2 because I guess it wasn't as good. And it's like,
that's what they don't understand.
Maybe it could be you lost your entire audience in the half decade you took to make another episode.
What's that game everyone wanted a version 3 of?
Half-Life.
It is Half-Life. That's what I was going for. At this point, if they release Half-Life 3, the people that wanted it are in their 40s. They don't play games like they used to. You missed your window.
Yeah.
It's it doesn't make much sense. I never played Half-Life.
I haven't played Half-Life either. I have friends who said it was great.
I didn't understand why people said it was great. Like I think I just didn't get into the universe.
Was it on PlayStation or something?
PC is where I played it. I don't know where else. I think I played it on Xbox. It came with like an orange pack or something. It came with what is the
Half-Life?
Is it Team Fortress I'm thinking of that also came with it?
That
the orange pack.
I didn't get that, but I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I never played that game, never got into its lore or any of that stuff. I was way more into Halo and COD and Gears and Fallout and Skyrim and Oblivion. I played so much Oblivion.
I've never played Oblivion.
Oblivion is the game before Skyrim. You know,
Yeah.
it's I don't know if it's worth playing in 2024, but it's a good RPG. It's a really good RPG. It's a lot of fun.
Did you play Morrowind? That's the one even before Oblivion.
That's the one even before Oblivion. The purists play that one. That's supposed to be like the best RPG of all of them. But no, never played that.
That Oblivion NPC voice, you know, that like deep booming, like "Stop right there, criminal scum." That's the most popular voice to choose when you're doing text to speech on Fishtank is the Oblivion NPC, because he just screams at you. That guy's intense.
Their faces look like shit. I remember in 2006 or 2007 or something like that, showing my mom, because to me it looked good. And I was like, "Mom, look at this." And she laughed in my face. She happened to come in during like a dialogue scene, and like occasionally the characters would look good, but like I think like the main characters they brushed up a little better, but most of the characters, dude, comically bad. Like character models, they looked like they're made of clay, and any race other than human was scary to even look at. The beast races, hideous. Just every, but it was a fun RPG. It was a good game. I miss it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find pictures of Oblivion face right now, and it is very, very funny.
Find like the Argonian or the Khajiit from yes, thank you.
What's that on the left?
So one thing to notice here, you can tell right away, the two characters on the left like our character because they're smiling at him. If they disliked him, they'd be scowling the way that Khajiit bitch over there is. That Khajiit doesn't like us. Where's or no?
This looks where's or no. This looks so much worse than Skyrim. They made, and it was 2007 that this came
2006,
out?
I believe it came out.
Okay, so that's only 4 or 5 years before Skyrim.
No, now, I think Skyrim came out like.
Skyrim was 11.
Well, I thought it was 12. Okay.
Because I was like middle of college when it. Or late college.
I played that game so much. I broke that game.
Shit.
There was a ring glitch where you could enchant rings, and you could just keep putting more and more rings on your fingers until your character like broke the physics engine of the game, and he could sprint jump out of the cities. And you know, cities are like load areas. Oh, that's all right. I don't know. That's not.
It's probably a makeable character.
I would
an upsetting clown.
If that's makeable, that'd surprise me. But because that looks like absolute shit. That looks. But you can
these actual Oblivion characters you can make?
I think they might be. It was pretty wacky. Like I've seen some. Yeah.
Dude, so one of the faces with the yellow hair early on looked just like Bashur to me. Bashur was this Minecraft YouTuber. Yeah. So I looked him up. I was like, dude, compare this guy to this guy. I didn't realize he was dead. Did you guys know that? He died of COVID back when it was raging.
I wasn't familiar with who Bashur was.
Oh, so Bashur was a Minecraft YouTuber, and he got a lot of attention because Keemstar kind of misrepresented him as a pedo. It was like kind of sort of true. When he was 18, I think he dated like a 15-year-old, but they were like a few months out of the legal range where he did it.
Yeah.
So the police looked into it and said, this isn't really a pedo situation. The police psychologist described him as intellectual peers or something like that, and not a guy who's into really young girls. And there were no charges or anything. But when Keemstar reported it, he's like, he dated a 15-year-old and he's 28 now. And it's like, yeah.
And he's true
of us all.
And he's 28 now.
Look, who here hasn't dated a 15-year-old before?
Right.
Okay? You know what I mean? But it's been a while. Wait. So
but Kyle is 41 now.
You'd watch video after video getting the wrong impression of the age gap and the relationship.
42,
and it kind of like wrecked this guy's life and YouTube channel and more. And anyway, he died of COVID. I didn't realize it. And his girlfriend, ClaraBabylegs, went on to become some level of porn star.
Oh, I remember her. She was a porn star when they were on the show. She was on the show.
What?
Clara Baby? Well, you might be thinking of somebody else. I don't think
Oh,
she
maybe so.
was. Yeah.
I get confused. We had another horror on the show.
We have had a few.
Baby
Yeah.
legs.
Oh, well, I was wrong. Baby legs. When I hear
Yeah.
baby legs, I just imagine that like she's kind of like a puppet. She's just got little baby legs that like kicking it. She sits in a chair. They just kick. You know, they
No,
can't
I
reach
gave
the
her a
floor.
close inspection. She was normal woman.
All there. Okay.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Well,
Was his other moniker Toasty?
Yes, yes. So he
Oh.
deleted his YouTube channel and all his social media accounts and came back under a different name.
Yikes.
Okay.
And then died. Yeah.
And then died. Man,
And then died.
turns out COVID actually killed some people, I guess.
Mm,
Didn't know that.
yeah.
No, I never watched this stuff. I do vaguely remember that happening. You know, it was like, oh, that's her. You've got pictures of,
Oh.
and naked in that picture.
Told you, good legs.
Yes.
Good legs. Baby legs is a weird. That makes it sound like you have like weird dwarf legs.
That's what I
yeah,
said.
I never really processed what could be the genesis of the name, but it is weird.
Yeah, it's like if I hear some girl has baby legs, it's like that sounds like a deformity
Right.
or some sort of issue. Well, I'm on her Twitter now, and there are a lot of pictures of her wearing negligee.
We put it over
Oh.
here.
Yeah, there's no
Twitter over there.
nudity.
Well, you dig deeper.
Dig deeper. There. All right, that's what I find on her Twitter account. Oh, wow. Well, that's more graphic than what I thought that picture was
Oh.
going to be, Zach.
I think I know what she was
And that's
recently
taking
doing.
And
Actually, there could be a couple things.
Hang on, let me see what you got here, Zach. Oh,
Oh, did it take
See?
up your whole screen? It took up my whole screen. It was a
that's not semen, Woody. My goodness, she needs to get that mole removed. Oh, does that mole have a hair coming out of it, or is that just dirt on my monitor? Hang on.
It's
No,
like just dirt on my monitor.
Yeah, it was a little dirt on them. It was a little smudge. Sorry, Clara. A little smudge on the monitor. I thought you had a hairy mole there.
Falsely accused.
Yeah.
Man,
You're
we're
right.
not
You're
even.
right. I think she was spending some alone time there, not with somebody else.
Yeah. Well, anywho.
These
I'm
are
glad. I was proud of you guys, or more proud of Zach than anyone for not producing any nudes of Burt during the show. Like I was glad. Usually, I'm subjected to that sort of thing. In retrospect, maybe I should have brought them into the fray because I feel like seeing Taylor confronted with that might have been good content too.
Oh no, I found his Twitter account while watching Fishtank, and here I'll find the old one, and you can scroll down and find that he is not LARPing. He is a very, very gay man who loves to fuck. Loves butthole. He seemed to take offense a couple times on the show where they like implied he was taking it in the ass, and he would do stuff like, that's not even vaguely true. I'm the top. I am a top. I was like, okay.
Top.
He's Daddy Burt, Dom Top. That's literally the name of his old Twitter handle. Daddy.
I've heard
Burt.
it said that like gay men, when they first meet, will just freely exchange information. Like I'm a top, I'm a bottom, I'm a switch, I think is the alternative to that. And just like figure out of the gate if they're compatible in this regard. Why don't heterosexuals do that? Like, you know, where are you on choking? Are you missionary? Because if you're just missionary, I'm not buying this meal.
We do. We
'Cause it's
do.
like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't dated an age, but like, I
You just
didn't
haven't
think-
dated since the Reagans were in office. That's
right? the Reagan, like,
the
there were lots of them.
Reagans, yeah.
yeah. So
there
Well,
was
Nancy
there
was making the
Nancy.
decisions.
a
Yeah,
modern
yeah.
like shit. Would you discuss this like in the Tinder moves to text, and that's when you'd cover these things that early? Question mark. I don't know.
I mean, so it certainly depends on.
Well, it depends
guess.
on your motive and like what the vibe is, what you're
It
going
depends
for.
on what the vibe is, because sometimes it
Mhm.
can get sexual like super quick. And it could be like right away you would ask questions that something like choking might come up like within the first 30 minutes of talking or hour of talking, or but it's definitely going to come up, you know, before we meet. You know, like I might
Before
not
you
be
meet,
like,
okay.
yeah, I might not be like, so you down to get choked out? Like I'm not gonna say anything like that, but I might hint around like some sort of thing that I want to do or whatever.
Yeah. How strong is your neck? like leading.
Are you into suspension
innocuous
play?
questions?
How many knots can you tie? You know,
Yeah.
but yeah, I would ask about like sex stuff. Like if you're gonna meet somebody, presumably you're gonna have sex when we meet, so it's good to get that out of the way.
Yeah. But it depends what you're using the site for. Like if you're finding a girl that you just want to fuck, that is going to come up. But if you're like finding a girl that you're hoping to date, I would rather broach anything like that in person.
Really?
Yeah, 100%. Like meet them first, see how it goes.
So you're gonna waste whatever the price of Wendy's is on a girl that you don't know if you're sexually compatible with?
More every day, Woody. That's Biden's America.
Cheapflation.
I'm gonna be like, there's 8 nuggets in there. Check the bottom of the bag. You can,
I didn't mind when she substituted her fries with a chili, but a small chili. You don't upgrade to the large. That's 89 extra cents.
I don't even know if she takes it up the butt yet. I'm not buying chili.
Certainly not with chili. No.
Yeah. It's a tragedy.
Yeah, you might ask about like some like choking, I guess, is a good example. Like I'm not really super duper into choking or anything, but if I were, I'd want to know that you were down to get choked, you know?
Yeah. Or you just try it.
Just immediately go for
fire it out. Yeah, like you
could like tentatively kind of move up there and like test
do it like
out.
a joke, like
right.
I just want to strangle you. How
I'm gonna open you up like a Pez dispenser.
You're holding her neck across the table at Starbucks.
right. And then you just suddenly
can I feel your
oil,
pulse?
see if
And
it
you grab
got
it
a
with
reaction.
both hands.
No, it'll be
wow,
even.
It's racing.
You can put your hand on my scrotum and feel my heartbeat too. She's like, let me leave. And I'm like, there's no leaving.
That's the thing. You can't leave. It's the
Did you see the curious amount of locks on my door from the inside? Where it's like I'm an old fucking medieval lighthouse keeper. I have to open up 15 different locks and keys in order to let you into my home. Yeah. But that's a funny thing to lead with. Do you like being choked?
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't want to lead with that. That would send some. That would sketch me out. Like if a girl was like first thing, do you like being choked? That would be scary as hell. Because I'm like, well, I know you do. Or I know you like to choke. Like maybe she's gonna choke you out like David Carradine, leave you there with your pants around your ankles, all choked out.
I've probably mentioned this in the past, but there was a girl. This is probably 2 years ago now, and we hadn't gone on a date yet. And we were talking on the phone beforehand because she wanted to talk on the phone. And if I can get out of text and on a phone call, I'm much better at that and speaking than I am at the texting part of it. And so we were chatting late at night one night, and I can't sit still. The only time I can sit still if I'm having a conversation is doing this. Other than that, like if I'm on the phone, I'm pacing around. And so I was pacing around, we were chatting, and she started bringing up sexual things on her own. Like I was on a fact-finding mission, and she was laying the facts out there. And then she started talking about her history and stuff she was into. And one thing she said she was incredibly into was blood and being cut.
Yeah.
And that she was also interested in potentially cutting someone else. And so it was frankly not long after that was revealed that I was like, all right, well then I guess, I'll see you Saturday at wherever we're meeting up. And then literally hung up, got off the phone, and I was laying in bed I'm never going to meet this insane girl. This isn't going to happen. And so the next day I sent her a text, and I was trying to the reason I didn't shoot her down there, which was an immaturity of mine. If anything, I should have been more forthright. I was trying to think what's a nice way to go forward where I don't hurt her feelings and make her feel bad for putting herself out there, but also I don't have to meet this lunatic. And so I ended up texting something to the effect of hey, it seems it's great you're so open with all this stuff. I think you're a little too adventurous for me. I may be a little too vanilla for your taste. And so best of luck out there. but I don't think it's going to work out me and you.
I'm a
Well
hemophiliac.
handled. How did
Tell her
she
you're a
do that?
hemophiliac. That would be hilarious.
I have no idea how she responded because as soon as I hit send, I blocked her on all platforms. Like I don't want a blood person in my life. That's vile.
No,
That's
no.
disgusting. Do you know how gross that is?
Dude, what if you told her you were a hemophiliac?
She would have
Wait,
loved it.
why is blood inherently grosser than all the other bodily fluids you're down to share?
Oh my god.
Oh, you're spreading a zillion diseases. It's
Open
not
wounds?
like
Same.
open wounds. It's not naturally there as a part of sex. Cum and pussy lubricant, like that's all part and parcel, as they would say, of sex. You add blood into them. Like if I saw someone bleeding that I was having sex with, I'd be like, whoa, how about we rectify? We'll be back. But let's rectify this. Let's get a Band-Aid. Let's grab some gauze. Let's get this fixed because I can't stay hard looking at you bleeding.
I don't intellectually understand why blood is grosser than the other fluids.
Oh, it's like disease spreading.
I don't think the other things are less disease spreading. Saliva, maybe. I'm not sure. But your jizz, that's probably the same whatever you have in you. Like it'll probably deliver colds and COVID and STDs just as much as blood.
Yeah, but when I'm having sex with some girl that I've just met, you can employ a condom so that my jizz stays inside of me and whatever's inside of her stays inside of her mostly, and we don't cross contaminate. But if she's pulling out her goddamn Swiss Army knife while she's on top of me and taking slices out of my fucking body, then she might nick something. I don't know what's going to happen, Woody. Something awful's going to happen, and I don't want to get cut. I don't want to cut her. And you're not gonna cut me. You're not gonna fucking cut me. I will beat you to fucking death in this bed, bitch. I will kill you. You are not gonna cut me. I would, if a girl got out a knife in the bedroom, it wouldn't even be a question of our relationship continuing or the sex potentially happening. Oh no, we can just do it this. No, you're getting out now. I'm not taking my eyes off to you till you're dressed and out the fucking door.
This girl sent me pictures of herself, and a severe scar on her back. Where she's like, yeah, I told this guy to just cut me, just fucking cut me bad. And it was like a wound level scar, with all that raised scar tissue above it. And I wanted to be like, this is we matched 3 hours ago and we're on the phone now. And you're rapid firing me texts of your previous wounds from being cut. And it's like, this. There's no possible benefit in my life to including you in it. I'm sorry, lady.
Yeah,
sorry.
I mean, you're right.
If I've known someone,
there's so many good normal women out there that don't want to be cut or to cut people. Just go for them.
Yeah. But what about the upsides, right? If she's down for cutting, think about all the other things she's probably down.
She's been swapping blood with people on purpose. She probably has hepatitis.
Yep. Yep.
Is that curable?
No, well, it is now, I think, but it's a little expensive. You used to have to get a whole new liver.
Sissy pants.
get Hep B for the memes.
I got insurance, bitch.
Show up with fucking Homer Simpson yellow skin and be like, but at least I got laid. No.
Oh, that would make your impression so much more funny if you had Hep B yellow skin.
Dude,
I'm dying.
You hit a homer. It might have been PKN. It was so good. I'm like, why are those voice actors so well paid? Taylor will do it for half the price. And I wouldn't notice the difference.
I'll have to I haven't watched Simpsons much. I'll have to practice some more.
AI could do it. That's the scary thing. I hope there's some legislation against that. Like I worry about those jobs and the soul of voice acting. I don't want it to be the same program doing every animated character out there. There's something to like a guy being in a voice in a room with a microphone. South Park exemplifies it. The way I don't know if you've ever seen the outtakes. It's just them in the booth, and it'll be Matt and Trey and Bill Hader was on there. Bill Hader. It was the episode where they were talking about steamy nicks. That's the feather. Shit, just britches or whatever. And they're all laughing so hard trying to get their lines out that they're just doing these rapid fire takes over and over and over, and they're just all having so much fun. And it's I don't want to replace that with keystrokes. I don't want to replace that with keystrokes, even if it's fucking better. I'm
on the other side. It's not that I don't agree. It's that I think capitalism will take the care of this problem. Either the voice acting won't be as good and the TV shows will suck and they won't thrive, so they'll go to people, or it will be good and they can go to that. I'm just trying to apply the same thing to voice acting and automation that I would put anywhere else. If you were like, no conveyor belts, we strictly move things with hand trucks in here. Conveyor belts are going to replace all those jobs. I'm worried about those jobs. I'm like, no, conveyor belts are better than hand trucks.
People like organic food for a reason, all right? And they're going to want their voice actors to be human beings. I promise you.
Well, then you don't need legislation to.
Now, where it does come in handy, though, is it makes your character immortal, which is kind of cool for a company
super
like
cool.
Disney.
We're all so happy Homer's still around.
Okay, maybe not Homer, but maybe all right. Like I don't
imagine if a show like The Simpsons ruined their entire legacy because they stuck around for 30 years after it stopped being good.
I don't think it's impossible for them to have a
young?
rejuvenation. I think The Simpsons could come back and be good again.
They're done. None of the original good writers are on board, and all the voice actors are phoning it in.
I'm just picturing, I don't know, like, is it Meg from Family Guy?
Yeah, Mila Kunis.
She was young when she started that, and now she pretends to be young when she does the voice.
Mm-hmm.
But if it was AI, it could be immortal. It could be young.
To Kyle's point with like the South Park shit is when you have funny voice actors like the South Park guys or whoever else doing it, they will come up with riffs and funnier ways to phrase and say things in real time when they're in the booth.
Well, then they don't need to be protected.
Most of them don't. Yeah. Like, I think most of them are going to be fine.
I don't think they're using AI to replace anybody. I don't think that's a thing that's been happening. But what's interesting though is if it brings someone back from the dead, or if it gives someone sort of eternal life. Because I've seen some actors who are super against it. I can't think of the names, but some guy came out and he was just like never will there be an AI version of me. But then you got Bruce Willis who's like, oh, you want to make a commercial with me for your Japanese beer company? Well, scan me, bitch. And like all of a sudden there's a young Bruce Willis in this commercial, and it looks like young Bruce Willis in this commercial, like selling Japanese beer or whatever. I saw it. He's like tied to a post with another guy. They're like back to back tied together like an action movie, just like for his scene from Die Hard with a Vengeance. And it's Japanese beer or something. I don't remember the product, but like it's like holy shit, that's like a 40-year-old Bruce Willis. Bruce Willis is like late 60s and not all there anymore.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. What was the Disney Star Wars show, The Mandalorian, when they brought back Luke Skywalker?
Yeah.
Got to use AI for that. That guy, he's alive, but that guy's dead, right? That version of him is gone. If you want young Mark Hamill,
they did a few things there. So they have an actor who looks a lot like Mark Hamill, and then they overlay him with the CGI, and then they use the real Mark Hamill's de-aged voice to create this like amalgamation that's pretty good. And then the reveal scene, I'm sure you remember, it's like the best scene of the whole fucking series when Luke Skywalker shows up. I don't know, have you seen the remixes where they play that?
I need a hero.
Yes.
Yes.
Where have all the good men gone?
I've watched that 20 times.
Dude, Luke Skywalker shows up and that music starts playing, and it's like it starts off slow like a piano, or so like and Grogu's like noticing that something's up, and like all the characters are get little close-ups reacting to Luke showing up, and the music's building.
I think they see the X-wing outside and they're like, great, one X-wing.
Yeah. No, that's great. That every now and then Star Wars has those little glimmers of magic, and I'm like, ooh. That's what kids felt in the 70s. Like that's that magic. That's that good shit. And that was it. That moment when Luke Skywalker showed up, and I didn't know it was Luke Skywalker until it happened. I hadn't seen any spoilers, but I quickly put it. I was like doing the math in my head. I was like, I think that's got to be like Luke fucking Skywalker. Is that going to be Luke fucking Skywalker? And then he like turns on the. So cool. I love that moment. I wish we got more shit like that. I can't remember. I watched. Prime released some, I don't know what to call it. It's Warhammer 40K like CGI footage that looks like something. I don't know what it is. You know, they're making that TV show. I'll find it, and it looked great. I don't know what the footage is from or for. I think it might have been a teaser for the show, but it got me super. As much as I'm not happy with the slight wokeification of the Warhammer universe, just fucking plastic to nerds. I am super into the lore of it and everything. And there's like
Ooh.
I don't know. I like the idea of the Space Marines. I like how ridiculously overpowered they are and how fucking cool they are. I like everything.
They're rare, right? They're OP, but I mean, can 10 of them take on 40,000 something else's?
Yeah, there's some saying it's like one of them to win a war and like 10 of them to conquer a planet and like 100 of them to end a race or something like that.
That is OP. Good gosh.
They're like super OP.
How many do they have? If it's more than like 60, what
Yeah.
that's too many.
It depends where you are in the timeline. There have been times where there are very few, and there have been times where there are very many. Like I think the most recent lore is because the numbers were depleted that they've made a new version of the Space Marines, the Primaris Marines. They're like that are even bigger and badder than the previous versions. There's always a bigger version.
And the issue was they made
some more
girl
plastic
ones. Some of them were women.
They made they made the most elite of the elite also girls. They added some women to that rank of people, and it would be like saying that there's like girl angels in the Bible all of a sudden. It's like that. It's not that there's plenty of like crazy overpowered female characters in the Warhammer universe that are superpowered or not superpowered or whatever. It's not the female inclusion. It's that they made the most elite of the elite, the golden warriors that protect the emperor with their lives. They made some women versions of them, and I don't know who they're appealing to because I promise you their fan base, bunch of fat dudes in basements, you know, rolling down, and Henry Cavill. He just, you've heard of people ruining a curve for everyone. Henry Cavill like sweetens that curve out for all those ugly dudes. like the average Warhammer guy is pretty good looking. Like he fixes it for everyone.
I don't know if it's still true, but the highest paying major at UNC was geology because that's what Michael Jordan studied.
Yeah,
That's very.
funny. UNC news. Did you hear about your new head coach?
Yeah, Bill Belichick, right?
Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yes. He apparently presented them with like some 400-page dossier on what like a program needed to be if he was going to take the job, and I think he's going there to be their head coach at UNC, which is
Wow.
That's fun.
Well, I mean, Woody isn't stoked about that. If you know, Woody is a NC State guy.
Mostly NC State. I am willing to root for UNC. I have paid for some reason, 5 years of tuition at UNC. but so I get to root.
They have a doctorate program.
That's they do. They do.
You should have paid the 5th year in exposure.
Dude,
I'll talk about you on my podcast.
dude, Woody digging into that was making me so uncomfortable because
it was one of the better parts of the show.
Yeah, I thought it was fun.
I wanted to know, but Burt's such an unknown quantity that I was worried he might lash out or something. Like,
that'd be content also.
The reason
worry about your money, motherfucker.
the reason he doesn't care about it at all is exactly the reason I said. Like, he was making a point every time the money was brought up to be like, I don't care about the money. I'm not here for money. I don't need your money.
Cost him the other $35,000.
I bet it did. Yeah, because no reality show wants to hear the potential front runner be like, oh, this big prize, who gives a fuck? I make more than 50K every month with my cheating business.
And I'm sure Sam Hyde's doing really well, but maybe not so well that he wouldn't prefer to have the $50,000.
I mean,
right? He's not Elon Musk where it doesn't matter to him in the slightest.
I think he gambled the prize money away.
I mean,
he did. Yeah.
But okay. You're not supposed to do that.
No, it's
Captain Obvious. Where's my uniform?
Dude, I think that's fucking sick.
Gamble all the prize money away on one roulette spin.
That's the kind of shit that like the worst dad in a holiday movie would do. He'd like take all the Christmas money and gamble it at the track, and then the real Santa Claus has to show up at the end to save Christmas. But we never fix the problem of the drunk, abusive, gambling stepfather. We just leave him in the picture, and Santa brings gifts. Like,
It's just a terrible thought. It's like the Angels in the outfield dad.
yeah, you win the pennant. I won't move to Alaska.
He's like, I'm just turning in my 10-year-old son for adoption.
He turned him in. People forget that. Like, all right, let me catch all of you up who aren't.
I loved that movie as a kid. Loved Angels in the Outfield.
It's a pretty good fucking movie. Basically, this kid's estranged father tells him, "Hey, kid, I won't be a dad anymore. I'm gonna move to Alaska and get some pussy or something, and I'm gonna give you to the state." Like, this kid's like 13 or something. He's like, "I'm gonna give you." He's like, "I'm gonna make you an orphan. I'm giving you to strangers. They're taking you so I can go to Alaska." And he's like, "Please, Dad. What if the Angels win the pennant?" Which, by the way, isn't the pennant just your like division?
Yeah, I don't think that's even the.
It's not even your conference, is it? I mean, it's the other way around.
It is your conference, right?
It's like the National
That's
League.
like
Is that the
making
pennant?
it to the World Series, I think.
Okay, so he just needed the Angels to win the American League. He doesn't even need them to win the series. And he's like, "Yeah, sure. Angels win the pennant. I won't abandon you to the state." And this kid prays so hard that an angel played by Christopher Lloyd from Back to the Future comes down and just starts playing baseball. And he just starts playing baseball.
You gotta throw hard.
We fucked everything up, Marty. He's just helping them cheat at baseball. He's literally like carrying the fat guy around the bases to run faster and like lifting the outfielders so they can make catches and shit like that. And the whole time you're like, there's no way this kid's dad's staying. He don't care.
Yeah, this kid's dad is checked out. Like,
yeah.
As a kid, I didn't fully get that part of it. Like, I thought, like, yeah, if they win the pennant, they're gonna have a happy family again. And it's like, no,
the dad's a piece of shit. Like, you can't fix that with baseball.
Yeah, that was the dad being like glib and shitty to his son. Well, I'm never going to watch that movie again, so I will always have fond memories of it.
You know what's also good? What's the other one where the kid like falls and breaks his arm, but it heals in such
Rookie
a way?
of the Year.
Rookie of the Year.
I love that one too. That's the one that made me think that like eating ribs would make me big and strong because I watched that. Remember that guy at the very end who like he loses his power to pitch at the very end of the film?
Yeah.
And then the giant Yankee player is like chewing spit and like spitting.
Yeah.
And then he has to do this like weird Hail Mary underhand throw that goes like 100 feet in the air and barely becomes a strike. So like in the end, it was like, wow, he really did have it in him. But it's like, no, he didn't. That fucking giant guy who plays for the fucking Yankees.
Well, you're forgetting the best part. You're forgetting the best part. So the whole movie, the kid thinks that his dad is the baseball fan. And so he becomes a baseball fan. Because his dad left him his ball and glove and his hat and everything, and he idolizes this estranged father so much that he becomes a fan just because he knows his dad played the game when he was a kid. And at the end, the mom reveals, "Nah, I played ball. I played ball. That's my shit. You're idolizing my hobby and the way I pitch because it's softball is that obelisk pitch or whatever it's called." Where you go like crazy high up and it like falls straight down, and he throws that for the last strike and like wins the pennant for the team, and with no angel assistance or anything. Well, that movie didn't have angels. I'm mixing them up, but without his magical like super fast arm, that's a good movie.
That was a good movie.
I'll never watch again.
That was a fun fantasy as a kid because you remember like that weird like rubbery stretch sound that played over every time he like cranked his arm back. And then he would throw it, and then all the scouts are like, "Tony, you got to get a load of this kid." It's an 11-year-old out there on the mound.
His arm genuinely becomes a catapult. You'd have every like orthopedic surgeon in the world studying the makeup of his shoulder.
Oh yeah, dude. In real life, someone for the Yankees would have like assassinated him, like did like an organ retrieval for his Tommy John ligaments or whatever, and then put it in one of their guys.
Yeah, that's No, I like those movies as a kid. There's those child sports movies that I don't even think they make anymore. That's like not even a genre anymore.
I think we're just not in the wheelhouse for it anymore. Like
I would see it. It would like come across my.
We're all in our late 20s. Like
yeah. Well, look, when you're in your late 20s, like us, cool cats like us, you still get that stuff.
Yeah. When you're a 2000s kid like us.
Yeah. I think I would, but like I'm thinking about like the Green Mile, that when all the kids were playing soccer, or all the Air Bud movies, Or what's the one where they play baseball? Where the kids play the Sandlot?
Oh, excellent! I've seen that 1,000 times. Loved it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Green Mile has the same redheaded kid from Sandlot in it, but he plays soccer in it.
Didn't he get skinny? That redheaded kid.
He got skinnier. He
Okay.
acted some more. He's in a fun episode of the X-Files that's a bit of a comedic episode. It's that trope it's that trope where basically Mulder and Scully are in trouble at the very beginning, and we get the episode played to us backwards. We get recapped to us, and they each have a completely different version of what happened. And in Scully's version, they meet Luke Wilson playing a small town sheriff. And in her version, he is good looking, and he is into her. He is flirting and put on this Southern charm. And yes, ma'am, I never thought of it that way. Thank you for pointing that out. He's like tipping his hat. And then you go to Mulder telling the story, and the guy's got these big buck teeth, and he can barely talk through them. And she's like, he had big buck teeth? He's like, hey, let me tell it the way I remember it. And
I
don't know how I got onto that.
Yeah. So I
Just a
was
good
on
movie.
Reddit, totally different topic, and phrasing for YouTube censors. This woman was talking about having her first time, but she was curious if it was really her first time because she had had an involuntary first time, which is sad. And my question is, I'm sorry. So everyone on Reddit was like, no, you're still a virgin. That was involuntary. It doesn't count. And I was like, oh, I didn't say anything, but I always thought like it's an unfortunate history, but that was your virginity. Are you a virgin if you have had a penis in you involuntarily before?
No.
Yeah, I think of it the way you did, where it's like a more of a cut and dry thing, like remove any surrounding even horrid, awful circumstances.
Right.
That's how it seems to me.
We are outnumbered like 1,000 to 1 in this comment section, and I'm like, am I in crazy land? Like I don't.
Yes, you are. You're in crazy land.
Dude, it's like that all the time. Or for one thing, they're being reassuring and they're trying to say,
they're trying to be kind. Yeah, they're trying to be sweet.
Yeah, which is why I said nothing.
Yeah,
and in some way, what they're saying is true because, like, the first time that she's making love, the first time that she's willingly having sex, like, yeah, that is your first time. But you know,
okay,
doing that, like that other thing that happened to you is like barely even sex. That's a violation, you know. So by that regard, sure. You should think of it the other way. That's definitely the best way to philosophically think of it.
Yes.
But if we're getting this thing down to nuts and bolts, as it were, then I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Facts are facts, and that's awful. But yeah, that's how Reddit can be sometimes. Sometimes it can just be sweet and reassuring, but sometimes it can be an absolute echo chamber of non-fucking sense. There's the 2 chromosomes or XY chromosome subreddit is like, I've blocked it so many times. The app doesn't know what block means, or it doesn't care because I that shit comes across my feed.
Is that like a red pill? The XY chromosome?
I don't know what XY chromosome is. What is that subreddit?
It's girls. It's just like,
I don't know. So it would be XX.
Okay, maybe it is. I'm picturing it in my head, but I in any case, it's awful. And any relationship subreddit, whenever there's a
divorce him, right?
Should I do? I don't know. My boyfriend raised his voice when I slapped him, and it sounded kind of feminine. Is he gay? And they're like, "Girl, get away from that. You a lesbian? You stay with that man." It's like, it's always the most crazy shit. It's like, and I'm like, wait, did I miss something? Is this a joke I don't know about? Is this a riff? And they're like, no, like run. He's gonna beat you. I don't know. He seems kind of like he just shouted that one time. It's been 10 years of marriage.
Right. Oh, that's a thing too. They throw
I think it's fine.
I do think relationships can be discarded over small-ish things when they're
bloodletting.
When they're brand new. I dated this guy for 3 weeks. It seems like he does this thing that I'm not down with. It's like, oh, start over. You're 3 weeks into this. It's not that big a deal.
Turns out he was a Dracula.
But then the other time, like they have children together, or they're married and they have children, and Reddit is still advising to just ditch this, never come back. Did he look up his ex-girlfriend on Facebook and not talk to her? That's a red flag. I'd be talking to an attorney in the morning. And it's like, really? Because he checked out how she turned out? Like, I don't know. They go wild on the divorce stuff or anything. Literally, that's an example.
Absolutely. There's no telling how many like horror stories there are of women who's like, I listened to Reddit. They were wrong.
They were wrong.
They're
First, I
saying-
believed him about the Boston bomber guy.
Zarnaev. Yeah, Zarnaev.
Yeah.
I'm glad that they didn't get this the Luigi Mangione situation wrong, or didn't like railroad some guy or anything like that, like they did with the Boston bomber, because that was crazy shit.
Yeah. Well, everyone was also
heard of-
coming down against the Boston bomber because it was
Oh
like,
yeah.
indiscriminate
Oh, we
bombing,
hated
but
them.
I would imagine, like, I don't really use Reddit, but are most of the people there in favor, against?
It's nothing but fun memes about like
Oh, yeah.
about it.
How
Like
great
it'll
he
be
is.
like
Yeah, that would have been.
you'll
my
have
guess.
like you'll have the one of the funnier ones. It's Mario reading like a list of things that have happened to him, and the implication is, I'm next. These things have pushed me too far. I'm Mario. He's the There's lots of little smart memes leaning into the whole thing like that.
I see tons of I can fix hims.
Oh yeah, he's a good-looking guy.
He's looking
too.
real handsome, and all these ladies are like, I can fix him.
And the guys, yeah.
And the guys.
And
Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, is he gay?
No,
No.
but they think they'll turn him.
They can fix him.
Burt would try to fuck him.
He
We should
would
have asked Burt
absolutely.
that, like what he thought about the.
Oh yeah.
Damn it, we should have.
I wish I had gotten his.
Burt, we don't want to
take
ask
on
you
that.
about any of the political implications. Do you think he's cute?
We should have done we should have done Smash or Pass, and we should have had like Barron Trump, the New York shooter,
Oh,
and
missed opportunity.
like who's the Jew that always wears his yarmulke that has autism?
Ben Shapiro.
Ben Shapiro. Yeah, throw in a bunch of cute whiteys.
Well,
You think- well,
Ben Shapiro's a good-looking guy. Short,
Yeah.
but good-looking.
That's Bert's type.
Maybe
And
Burt would like that.
dude, Burt would love Ben Shapiro. Think about it. A fellow
Dude.
intellectual, small white man.
He likes
And they're
older
both kind of rapid
men.
talkers. Like that would be a fun conversation to listen
They
to.
sound a little alike. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a similarity there for
Yeah.
sure.
I don't know what that says about Ben Shapiro.
Burt has a very unique cadence.
Yes.
Yes.
When you were doing his impression, I thought it was exaggerated. And then I heard Burt, even for just a moment. I was like, oh, that's pretty on target.
Yeah, me too. I had the exact same because I don't watch the show at all. I just go on what you've told me.
Mhm.
I tried to watch that one time, but it tried to make me make an account, and then I'm not doing all that.
I'm not doing all that.
I'm doing all that. It takes a
They
lot. to
stream it
get
on
you to
their
make an account.
YouTube also. So if you don't want to make one, you just go to their YouTube and watch.
Oh, I could have done that. I could have
actually
just
have
gone to
watched
the
some-
YouTube and seen it. Okay.
Yeah.
I should have done that. I've actually the last season I watched some of that on YouTube for sure. So I
Mhm.
think we get clips. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
You guys ready to wrap?
I am.
Oh, is it time?
All right, bust a
It's time
rhyme.
already.
Oh,
It's time to wrap.
Okay. All right. PKA 730. Check out Burt. He works for Exposure, apparently. Link in the description. And our sponsors by the cum pills that make your dick hard, etc. PKA 730.